Test. Why don't I? Test. 1, 2.
of the regular meeting of the Bellevue School District Board of Directors. Today is Thursday, July 21st, and the time is 4:37. We are delayed due to a prior session. So at this time, we will do roll call. And we'll start with Director Aris. I see Director Aris, and I wonder if she doesn't see us.
Are they getting sound yet, or are they still muted? Is the mic here still muted?
They should be getting sound.
Jane and
I'm going to
Joyce,
go
can you
ahead
hear
and
us?
say that I see present, but there's some audio issues. I see present Director Jane Aris,
Christine Chu,
Seema Sarafan,
Joyce Shuey.
Art Jarvis, Superintendent.
Carolyn Watson.
can we
Okay.
make sure that Seema, can we make sure that she can hear us before we start?
Yeah, we'll make sure. I'll actually just ask Mr. Bartz to connect with her. So thank you. At this time, I'm going to have the introduction of our speaker. So if Ms. Hannah Worth can introduce our speaker tonight. And for the benefit of board directors, can I just have everybody who's online give me a thumbs up if you can hear us? Okay, Mr. Bartz, I am pretty sure that Director Aris can't hear us. So we're just going to pause for 20 seconds. Okay. Okay, I think we are going to proceed because we're already late. So we're going to go ahead and have you introduce. We have the pledge and the land acknowledgement and some other acknowledgements. And then for the, so I think we'll still be okay. Director Aris, can you hear us yet? Yes, I think the answer is yes. Can you put a thumbs up if you can hear us?
Yes, I could hear you now.
Righty. So just for the benefit of board directors, we usually have students every board meeting, and with students out this summer, we thought it might be nice to have an opportunity to meet some staff who we might not otherwise get to know. So with that, Hannah Worth will introduce a staff member who I think you'll all enjoy meeting.
Thank you. So tonight I'm introducing Monica Niamela, who is the new coordinator for our executive team.
So nice to meet you. We'd love to have you just tell us a little bit about your role,
Sure.
what you can do, and a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Monica Niamela. I recently came from Snoqualmie Valley School District, where I was the main office and communications coordinator for the past 7 years. I have 3 children. We live in Snoqualmie Valley, up on Snoqualmie Ridge. I started last week, and I'm going to be the coordinator for the executive team, working with Yasmina and Hannah, looking to create a more collaborative approach to supporting the board and the executive team. So I'm very excited to be here. It's been a great 2 weeks so far. So thank you, and thank you for having me.
We're so happy you could join us. Thank you. And
Thank
you're
you.
gonna, we understand, help lead our pledge
I
as well
am.
as do our land acknowledgement.
Yes.
So we will follow you.
Okay, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We can have the slide for the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Duwamish and Snoqualmie tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on the historic context that brings us to reside on this land and accept responsibility to interrupt erasure. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe as we listen to, learn from, and lead with their guidance.
Thank you.
you.
And we look forward to crossing paths soon. So we move on now to our acknowledgements. Some of these go back in time throughout the month of July. July 2nd was National Wildland Firefighter Day. July 4th, as we all know, is commemorated the Independence Day of the United States. July 10th was Eid al-Adha. July 10th was also the martyrdom of the Bab, which actually, for those who don't know, has to do with the Baha'i faith. July 26th is National Disability Independence Day. And July 30th is Muharram, which is the Al-Hijra New Year. So with that, I move to approve tonight's agenda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I ask all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion passes and the agenda is approved. At this time, we turn to the consent agenda, and I similarly move to approve the consent agenda and ask for a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving tonight's consent agenda, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I see
Aye.
5.
Oh, I missed.
Okay, so was there
I'll bring it up
something?
later.
Okay, is there something you needed to
Oh,
pull out of the
we
consent
left off
agenda?
a column in the classified staff report, so you can't tell if they're resigning or being hired.
Okay, so let's see, I think we can go back and reapprove it. That's basically discussion for which I could have somebody from staff address it, correct?
I would recommend that Director Watson identify that the approval of the personnel report be removed from the consent agenda, and then after the consent agenda has been approved, discussion on that item to provide information on.
I mean, isn't it just,
Well, then, yeah, okay.
But-
Do you have any concern with the item being on the consent agenda?
Meaning, would you pass it if it was, if it's not otherwise clarified?
honestly, just did. I just wanted somebody to fix it for our records.
We can certainly make sure that the attachment to the meeting minute is
Yeah.
the attachment that Assistant Superintendent Thomas sent, because when I looked at it electronically, it had all the columns, so we can
It
make sure
did?
that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, so the motion
Has passed.
stays passed. Okay. All right, so at this time, we have a superintendent update and.
One
Sup-
comment on the
Andrew
consent
Jarvis?
agenda.
Yeah, please, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to note and appreciate that there's been a lot of motion on contract work, and in all of our labor groups and with our district, we've made a lot of progress, and I just wanted to appreciate that because that's never simple. So just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Chu. I think I will just ask and just remind folks in the room, we have a board director who comes despite some significant medical concerns. So if you're in the room, please do keep your mask on. So thank you. So with that, Superintendent Jarvis, could you please give an update?
I'm going to move fairly quickly through this. We have really one item in terms of naming the Bellevue School District's online program that's really on the agenda later. So I'd like to save the conversation and not be redundant. The second item was a question of finalization of regular business meeting dates for June of 2023. And the question had come up, or the proposal, could we in fact make the June 8th date work instead of the later one in June? And the answer was absolutely yes, we can. So confirm that. That's for the board to deal with. Two other items, just a recognition that the annual business of the summer school is underway. And if you haven't had a chance to visit, there's always the opportunity to visit summer school and see the work that's being done. Recognize that some of our staff, instead of taking the option of vacation, really does serve us and serve our children well, and that some of our children and young people take that opportunity to say, this is what I can do for a number of reasons. So I fully just acknowledge that we have an active summer school. A lot of work has been done in putting that together. The last item is just one I don't know. I look out here and we have some young people at this very moment, as far as I know, in England. And whether or not we have any information back from Farnborough England on our rocketry program have not heard, but knowing that they're there at the moment, as you hear news reports coming out of Farnborough, it's just exciting to know that our young people made it there and are part of that worldwide competition. So I would end my superintendent report.
Okay, thank you. I do want to just note, I know you said, and it's correct, that the naming is on our board business. Having said that, I think if you want to just maybe, if you had any comments, your report clearly indicates your recommendation as to the name, but if you had any thoughts or comments and want to share them now, it might help so that when we get to the board business piece, we can
certainly
have
do
that
it.
already registered and then
I
we
was
can
just
do our
trying to
business.
streamline it for you, but let me share.
And I only say that because also public comments next, and I want to be mindful that if you have anything to share on it, we hear it now.
I think we have both Mr. John Harrison with us and we have Tom Duwald. And in this case, you have a memo that's recommending a name. Let me briefly submit the 3 names that were considered for our newest school, which would be the online school. One was the Bellevue Online Academy, or Eastside Online Academy. The second was Bellevue Center for Digital Education, and the third was Digital Discovery. The recommendation is being made by the group that worked through this to use the new name for that school as the Bellevue Digital Discovery as their new name. So I heartily support that recommendation, and I believe it's a good one to differentiate from some of what was being done 2 years ago and 3 years ago on the digital front as far as the virtual academy. And I would make that recommendation to the board for consideration later today.
Okay, thank you. We will then move forward since you're done with your superintendent update. I understand that our public commenters, we have 2 who are virtual, and I believe we are ready for them. So we will go ahead and move to that. I'll just tell for board directors to keep in mind that item, where is it? Item 7.3 on tonight's agenda will tie directly to what the superintendent just talked about. So he'll be looking for us to consider passing, making a motion and acting on the naming of the Bellevue School District online program. So if you had any questions related to that, we could bring that up during board business, but what you just heard relates to that. Okay, so in light of that, why don't we move forward to public comment? And Ms. Worth, do you have our public commenters ready?
I do. We have online 2 public commenters tonight. The first is going to be Zach Shea. And Zach, Mike is going to give you permission to unmute yourself and turn your camera on. So if you can do that as soon as you're able, please do that and then go ahead. You'll have 2 minutes to speak and I'll be the one interrupting you if you go over your 2 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you. Hello, my name is Zach Shea, and I'm an incoming junior at Sammamish High School. I'm a photographer with Team 2412, the Robotoads, specifically in the media sub-team. Just a few short months ago, I had no idea what robotics did, nor any interest in joining the team. At the start of the school year, I had seen robotics posters throughout the hallways and ignored them. However, through the LGBTQ club at our school, I made friends who did robotics, and they got me hooked on it. Unfortunately for me, I could not join just yet because it was the middle of competition season. As soon as competition season ended, I joined up. Having followed the team online, I picked things up very quickly. People immediately accepted me as a member of the team and treated me as they would anyone else. This allowed me to make friends very quickly if I wasn't already friends with them from school. I have also very quickly made friends in other teams as well as alumni of our team. I have been a guest in both Interlake and Newport's robotics meetings, and the photos I have taken have ended up in First Washington's social media. First Washington is the governing board of our robotics team in Washington State. In the short time I've been a member of the Robotoads, I have learned photography skills, communication, and have made many close friends. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. We don't usually take questions, but we do want to thank you for coming tonight and for telling us about your experience with robotics.
No problem.
Thank you. So I think we are having a little trouble with our visual. So Zach, you're welcome to stay and listen to more. You don't have to, but we are grateful for you joining us tonight. We normally have a slide that precedes and people can see that talks a little bit about public comment. And one of the things we do lead with is just that we're grateful that you took the time to come. There's also some other things about how we need to be careful, and I'll say that right now before our next speaker. But mainly, I just want to thank you for taking the time, because hearing from students in particular is very helpful to all of us. So thank you. I'm glad robotics has been a great experience for you. So I will just say, because I don't see it here, before we have our next speaker, just a reminder for everybody that our public comment is something we're grateful to get. We appreciate getting it, and there's thoughtful input that allows us to understand how things are going and how people are experiencing many of the things that we seek to do as board directors and as a community. So as Ms. Worth said, we limit the comments to 2 minutes, and she'll interrupt you if you forget that and go over. We usually also project a timer. It wasn't needed tonight, but we also usually project a visual timer so you can see your time. The key thing to keep in mind is that we will have to interrupt you if we don't feel that the standard of civility our board imposes on itself and is required by law is adhered to. We typically don't have this issue, but keep in mind we do have to follow laws around libel, slander, invasion of privacy, indecency, or anything that violates our school district policy or procedure, or that might incite unlawful action. So in all of your speaking, we just ask you to please keep that in mind. So we will move on now to our next public commenter, who I believe is Patience Irwin.
And Patience does not have her camera tonight, but she will be speaking to us. So Patience, if you can please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Patience Irwin. You guys have heard from me before. Sorry about the camera stuff, different laptop and things. I'm an incoming junior. I'm also a mechanical engineer on 2412 Thoroughtotes. Some facts about our team is that through all 3 teams, we have 107 people, which is about 1/12 of the school. From my knowledge, we are the biggest club, one of the biggest clubs. One half of our club is women or non-male. From mine and Zach's calculations, about 100 more ASB cards are purchased because of that. We usually spend about 6 hours per week during off season, and this is a very low calculation, and 12 hours per week on season. On season is about from January to at least April. And well, that's it. Sorry, I'm just getting really nervous.
Don't worry, it's totally fine, and we don't have other commenters, so you can take your time. And we know it's harder not being on camera, so just take your time.
April is our final competition if we make it that far, which is Worlds. And this year, 2 out of 3 of our teams got to go to Worlds. Because of you guys letting us keep our shop, and yeah. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you for joining us and for persevering despite the fact that it is kind of intimidating to do this. So thank you. You got a lot of thumbs up over here, so I don't know if you can see them. So thank you. Okay, so that completes our public comment. We have at this time, if I'm correct, let me just confirm. Ms. Worth, we are done with public comment? Okay, so we now will go to a budget presentation. This has been allotted for 30 minutes. We do have a little bit of margin, but this is going to be done by our Deputy Superintendent, Melissa DeVita. And because it's such a long presentation, we agreed she should just stay where she is and not have to come up to the podium. So with all of that, we hand it over to you.
Okay. Good evening, board. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you. First of all, I'd like to thank Jenny Hall, recognize Jenny Hall, who is here this evening. She is our Director of Budget, and her team have been working very hard the last few months to put this all together. And so I really appreciate the work that they do on a regular basis for us. See if I can get this to work. Not sure why it's coming in so funny. Okay, there we go. So tonight, I'm really going to talk to you about a couple of things. The first is going to be to provide you with some background and context around what is going on in our community so that it'll lay the foundation for our 22-23 budget, as well as looking ahead to future years. Then we'll talk a little bit about our capital and tech and building funds. And then lastly, we'll talk a bit about what comes next. So the first thing I want to talk about is really what is going on in our community. You know, my previous presentation that I did earlier in June, I started with there is wealth in our community, but we are not a wealthy school district. Today, I want to say that there is growth in our community and a significant amount of growth, but our school district is not growing. And I'm working with the city on their 2044 plan. And in that, they have said that there's going to be 35,000 additional housing units and 70,000 additional jobs in our community by 2044. That is a lot of growth. And so we're going to see all that growth. And there's an assumption that with that type of growth, there's a growth of students in our school districts. Today, that is not the case, and we are not alone. Seattle, Issaquah, Lake Washington are all anticipating fewer students next year. As we, and it's the first of many that many of us think. So one of the drivers is birth rates, and birth rates in King County peaked in 2016. So we knew that there was going to be a decline. We just did not expect it this soon. Birth rates have dropped 9% between 2016 and 2020. But we were also expecting more of an increase with this amount of housing units coming in. So we anticipated that there would be some offset to the declining birth rates versus the increased number of housing units. And we're just finding that that is not the case. So what has really happened is that we normally get a certain number of students out of different types of housing units. And we did this study back in 2014 where we looked at different types of housing units and the number of students that they were producing for the district. So basically what this says is that for every 2.5 single family homes, we would generally get 1 student. For every 3.5 multifamily homes where there's only 2 to 8 units, we would get 1 student. And then the numbers go up from there. Now the multifamily home with 2 to 8 units, those are generally kind of townhomes types of things or duplexes. The multifamily units with 9 to 199 are generally the garden style complexes where it's 1 to 2 stories and spread out over acreage. The multifamily 200 plus are usually mid-rises, so you see a lot of those along the Bel-Reg corridor, and then the core downtown high-rises where we get the least number of students. So basically for every 40 units, apartments, condos, we were seeing 1 student. The issue is that these numbers aren't even coming true today. The numbers are lower than that when we go back and talk to the apartment managers and property managers, and we look at where our students are coming from. They're not coming from these addresses. One of the other issues that we are facing are housing costs, and we've talked a bit about this in the past. As of April of 2022, Bellevue home prices were up 37.8% over the same time last year. And this is after an increase of 21.5% in 2021. Our homes and our housing units are really not financially available to many families. And so we're not seeing as many students coming from even single family homes. So where that number was 2.5 homes for every student, that is dropping. I don't have current data on the current rate. I've got our demographer working on that for me so that we can see what our new rates are. But it's also a problem with the apartment units that are in place. You know, for a single 1-bedroom apartment, the current rent on that is over $2,500 a month. For 2 bedrooms, it's up over $3,000 a month, and then it goes up from there. And these types of rates are not really affordable for families in many cases. And if they do have families, then generally that's with younger kids that have not reached school age yet. When you look at our enrollment, currently, if you look at the May enrollment report, then what happens is we've got about 1,500 to 1,600 kids in our high school grades from 9th to 12th. And then if you move down into middle school, that number drops to 12 to 1,300 kids. And then it drops even further when you get down to kindergarten, where it's about 1,150 kids, 1,200 kids in first grade. What that means is that as we graduate a class of 1,600 students and we're bringing in 1,100 or 1,200 students, every year then we're going to be losing 400 to 500 students for the next number of years. So this is what our current enrollment history and forecast look like. We are basically anticipating being down to about 16,000 students by the time we reach 2031. And this is data that I just received from our demographer in the last month. Now, you may be asking, why am I talking about this when this is really a budget report? And the fact is that enrollment drives over 80% of the district's revenue. And so it's important to know what our enrollment is going to be doing so that we can plan appropriately ahead. When we lose enrollment, we lose the funding pretty much immediately. So whatever our enrollment is in the fall, our revenue is going to drop to represent our new enrollment number. When we lose 400 students, though, we lose them over 28 schools and 13 grade levels. And so 400 students, if you just equate it to 25 students per class, that would equate to about 16 or 16 teachers. But we don't reduce by 16 teachers because we'll lose 2 in first grade at Wilburton, 5 in 4th grade at Puesta del Sol, and it is just spread across the entire district. And so depending upon where those class sizes are, we'll get we'll reduce some of our classroom staff, but we will never reduce the same number that we lost the revenue of. And so over time, we will balance our budget, but for a period of time, there's that gap between what our expenses are and what our revenue is. And right now, because we've received a pretty significant amount of one-time funds from the ESSER funds, which were our elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds for COVID, and our state enrollment equalization funds that we received this current year, that is masking this impact of enrollment drop. Okay. The other issue that we're dealing with is inflation. And not only are we as individuals dealing with that, but as a school district, we're also dealing with that. And it is eroding our purchasing power as a district. So, you know, fuel costs are going up. Everything is going up. And so, as everybody knows, our food costs are going up. And so the state has not been backfilling that at the same rate as things going up. We just received 5.5% from the state, but that does not even meet our current inflation rates, which the June number just came out, I think last week, and it was 9.1%. So our costs are growing at a faster rate than what we're getting backfilled from the state. And we haven't seen this kind of inflation for, well, 40 years or more. So the school districts haven't really had to deal with this recently. And so it is also causing us needing to look at our spending and reduce what we're spending money on in order to meet the needs of our kids. So that is the foundation I wanted to lay. I think it's really important that we understand our budget in this context. So here's some basic things around the 22-23 budget. We continue to align our budget to the annual plan, which the annual plan is designed to help us meet our strategic goals. And so that is where our money goes based upon input and discussions with people on the teaching and learning side, in particular, Eva Collins and her team. We do put contingencies in our budget for enrollment fluctuations, whether they increase or decrease. If they increase, we have staff that we can add that we have budgeted for. If they decrease, we do have a few spots, such as permanent subs that we haven't filled, that we could then use extra teachers for those types of opportunities. The budget does reflect the compensation in our collective bargaining agreements, and so all of those have already been incorporated. And if an agreement has not been reached yet, for example, with our bus drivers, we have negotiations next month that will be in effect of September 1. We have made some assumptions and included those in our budget. We have made spending reductions in central office. We have reorganized our central office administrative positions and taken about 500,000 out of central office. In addition, we have a reduction of approximately 25 classroom teaching positions. And part of the reason why we're able to do that is because we are very richly staffed throughout the district over the last 2 years with more teachers than we would normally have for the number of students that we've had. And that was done for very good reasons. One, we were supporting multiple educational models between the hybrid model, between the virtual model, and with the in-person model. Second, we are allowing room for students that chose the virtual model to come back into our classrooms if they so desired during the course of the year. And so we left our classrooms a little bit with a little bit lower student count than we would traditionally, so that we wouldn't overcrowd those rooms if students changed and decided they wanted to come back in person. And then lastly, we were spreading out the students at the start of this current year so that we had this 3 6-foot distancing that we needed because of the pandemic still going on. So average class sizes for the last 2 years have been lower than we have traditionally had. And really, it is not financially feasible for us or sustainable for us to continue to staff at those levels. With respect to secondary, we were also very richly staffed at secondary. However, there is more variability in the class sizes at secondary. And secondary class sizes depend on a variety of things. They depend on overall enrollment in a school building, the number of programs in a building. Anytime you subdivide your students, then your class sizes become more variable. And we see that not only at the secondary level where a school have many program offerings, but we also see it at elementary schools, for example, that have both advanced learning and general education in them. We see more variability in those class sizes. The numbers and types of classes being offered can really have a significant impact because, so for example, if you're offering Chinese 5 and you only have 18 kids or 12 kids or 14 kids in that, then that's 10 seats that were not in that classroom that we're going to have to put in other classrooms throughout throughout that building, right? And so, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be in a language. It could be in a math class, it could be in a science class, it could be in a CTE classroom, but that's 10 additional seats that are going to be spread to other classrooms that could push them then higher. And so the more single classes you have, the bigger that becomes. And then lastly, the master schedule has a significant impact on class sizes at secondary. And so while we're pulling teachers out of our system and our target is not to increase class sizes, there will be some adjustment because we are so richly staffed in the past. Overall, I think we've done a very nice job of balancing our budget. We do have expenses exceeding revenues by about 7 million, which is about 2%. But we do anticipate an ending fund balance of nearly 30 million, which will give us room then to handle the continuing decline in enrollment and the differentiation between the revenue and the expenses like we saw in the previous graph. So some key things that I just want to make sure you know is that we anticipate our enrollment dropping by nearly 400 students between last October and this coming October. We have included the 5.5% increase in funding that we received from the state that has been incorporated into the revenue. We do have, as you will be voting later today on the name, a new K-12 virtual school. It has about 160 students enrolled. And it is spread between, it goes from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade. At the K through 6th grade, we will be using Ingenuity's curriculum, but we will be using our educators. And so those students will be working with our educators over 70% of the day, and we will receive full funding for those students. For 7th through 12th grade, we will be utilizing Ingenuity's educators, and they will be supported by BSD educators to support our students as they work through their academic classes. And then finally, as I said earlier, we have incorporated anticipated wage increases for collective bargaining agreements that have not yet been finalized. What do we see happening in the future? We see revenues continuing to decline as enrollment continues to decline. And we're going to have to make some tough decisions regarding where to reduce expenditures. We are putting teams of people in place right now to work through some of that. We expect them to have preliminary recommendations in Thanksgiving time, and then final recommendations come winter break time, so that we have plenty of time to execute those decisions as we're putting the budget together for the 23-24 school year. Over 80% of our funds are spent directly in support of students. In fact, it's close to 83%, and that means transporting, feeding, educating, supporting, and the facilities. The other is spent on curriculum development, payroll processing, human resources, things that we need to run the district. I put this in there because while we will try and get as much as we possibly can without impacting students, it really is not feasible to get everything without any impact to students. If we took all of it out of non-impacting areas, we wouldn't be able to hire people, we wouldn't be able to pay people, and we wouldn't be able to support our schools the way that is necessary to support them. Declining enrollment also impacts the efficiency of operations, and it raises questions regarding the consolidation of programs. And we need to look very seriously at what some of those opportunities are. We also need to look at our facilities plan. In 2020, we went to our voters and asked them for a bond election. And my concern now is two things. One, construction inflation, because things are costing a lot more to build than we had anticipated. And number two is overbuilding. So we need to do some work just rethinking what opportunities we have around facilities to best support all of our students without overspending and overbuilding and overburdening our taxpayers. And so there'll be a significant amount of work done on that in the coming months as well. So this is what the 22-23 budget looks like. We had a starting fund balance in 21-22 of almost $37 million. We anticipated that dropping by $7 million, and it would have gone down to almost 30 million. However, with the additional influx of approximately $8 million from the state for enrollment equalization, we now will have a beginning fund balance closer to 37 million. And again, we anticipate expenditures exceeding revenues by about $7 million, bringing us down to about 7.4% of expenditures. I'm missing slides. Yeah. Oh, they're out of order. Okay. I'll just go backwards. Okay. No, I'm missing slides. I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, wait, there it is. There they are. All right. They're just out of order. Not sure how that happened. Okay. So what's in the budget? While we're reducing spending in some areas, such as district administration, we have been adding in other areas. Some of these things are continuations that I wanted to make sure that you knew we were continuing. And then there are actually some increases in here that we thought were really important for our students and our student outcomes. So we are continuing, for example, the co-teachers at our Title I schools and the additional math instruction support. But we have increased our investment in summer school. And really, this is to reflect, is to really help us get the outcomes that we want to get for our students. Historically, our students that went to summer school stayed where they were, but they didn't accelerate. And so we're realigning this program based on best practices so that our students who need some additional support can accelerate beyond where they currently are. So we're excited about that opportunity for students. We're also investing in early literacy training with the science of reading. We'll be spending nearly $1 million over the next 3 years, equipping our teachers with the tools for literacy instruction and helping address literacy needs for students with dyslexia and other issues that limit their advancement with our current practices. So we're excited to do that as well. We're also investing in math, especially at the middle school level. And one of those is the Jump Start for Math, where we will have students come early so that we can start their math education prior to the actual start of school and give them a little bit of a head start on that. So we're excited about that as well. Yeah, missing one. There's the other one. Sorry, we're going to do a little forward and backwards here. We're also continuing our investment in mental health with the MHAT, the mental health assessment teams at secondary schools. We're continuing that higher level of spending, but we're also expanding it to our elementary schools, which we're really excited about. And we think it'll have the same significant impact at elementary schools that it had at secondary schools. We've got to focus on translation services to better engage with our community. And then we will continue to develop our global competency as a primary focus of creators of their future world. So those are just highlights of things that are in the budget. We included in the board agenda the F-195, which provides all the detail behind these numbers that people can go and look through and is available for you to look through as well. All right, I'm gonna go backwards just ahead a bit. Moving forward, these are some of the things that we really want to do. One is to look at our curriculums and have specialized curriculums for students, such as language diversity or other programs to attract students to our district and to our schools, and help bolster our enrollment where possible. So creating more choice and opportunities for kids. We need to update our facilities plan, as I mentioned before. We need to make sure we look at our declining enrollment and incorporate that into the facilities plan, and manage the taxpayer costs. And then we also need to develop our multi-year plan to ensure our financial stability and with good stewardship of public funds. And that's the teams that I said we're coming together in the fall that we're going to work through those opportunities as well. So, what's it going to look like over the next 4 years? This does not incorporate those changes that we were talking about. So these are the numbers before we look at pulling money out of our system. And obviously that right now that would have our revenues dropping because of enrollment, while our expenditures are not dropping at the same levels. And so it's important that we look at our opportunities to realign our spending. One, to continue to support our students as best we can, frankly, just continue to support our students, but then get our other spending in line with our revenues and remain solvent as an entity. Last thing I want to talk about with the general fund is this is a slide that is required for us to present on an annual basis. And it basically highlights what we are allocated in MSOC's material, supplies, and operating costs. It includes everything that is not labor and benefits. So it's fuel, it's utility, it's curriculum materials, it's paper, it's everything that is not people. It even includes some people that we contract services out for. So any consultants, any outside service providers that work with our students are all part of these funds. The state has never allocated us enough to cover these expenses. So this is just another one of those shortfall areas. But they did up the allocation a few years ago, and they require us to put this slide in our budget presentations on an annual basis. Moving to our capital and tech funds, we anticipate our beginning of fund balance to be just over $11 million, $11.5 million. Our revenue at $49 million. and we expect to spend about 54 million. This is spent in a number of different areas. The salaries and management support, that's a lot of our curriculum developers and our ITCLs that are located in our buildings, some of our maintenance folks, some of our tech folks. So that's what's in that salaries and management support. Our tech stipends are paid to really just about every staff member to pay them for the work that they do, learning new technologies, et cetera. Facility modernizations and renovations have to do with improving our buildings, and then staff laptops, student laptops, classroom technology, and the computer-based curriculum. And then there's just over 5.5 million in there for contingency in case things come up throughout the school year that we need to address. Our capital building funds, currently, we've just started the project at Newport High School to expand that facility. So that will be going on until August of 2025. The Evergreen facility building is also in process. That is just by Highland Middle School across the street from there. And then Puesta del Sol will be wrapping up this year and opening in the December timeframe. We're very excited about that new facility. That facility will be a net zero energy consumption facility. And the work that our team does around designing and building these facilities, those types of things free up dollars for us to use them for educating our students. And so that's very helpful. And so we plan on selling bonds in the October-November timeframe, then to continue to fund these expenditures. Our very next steps are putting out our public notices over the next couple of weeks, having a budget hearing for public comment prior to the August 18th board meeting, and then asking the board to approve the budget at the August 18th meeting. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Okay, I think we have a little bit of margin, so I'm just gonna say, how about reverse alpha order, and then we'll do alpha order for the next time we have a chance for questions. So I'm gonna ask Director Watson, do you have any questions? I just want to be mindful so that everybody gets a chance. Maybe just
Sure. Well,
like maybe 2 questions, and let's see if
okay,
we
I
can
have
get
two-
everybody,
well, that's
and
good,
then,
'cause I have 2
yeah,
questions. because
okay.
My previous question she covered.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, with the reduction of the 25 teaching positions, are we able to do that with attrition, or are we going to have to lay somebody off?
All attrition.
Oh, that's good news.
Yes.
And then the other, just an idea that came to mind when you're talking about the having to rethink the building and not wanting to overbuild and all that. I wondered if you were considering having some kind of a community committee or advisory committee, because it seems like you could bring the taxpayers along with us,
Right.
make them feel good about it.
My plan is to reconnect with the people that were part of that facilities committee prior
Okay.
and to start there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Director Shuey. Did you have any questions to Deputy Superintendent DeVita's presentation?
Sure, thanks. Sorry, there's an echo. Can you go past me and I'll see if we can fix it?
Do you have an audio problem?
I'm having an echo, but I can try to push through if you guys are not hearing an echo.
We don't hear an echo, but if it's hard
Okay.
on your side, we can.
It's
hear.
okay. I'll just go ahead and ask my questions quickly. One has to do with, and I thought that the example about the classes where we have fewer than the anticipated number, Chinese was used as an example, and it's near and dear to my heart because one of my children is in the Chinese program and they will have a very small class next year. And so I'm wondering what we're doing to try to, and what we do as a district in general to try to recruit others. The Chinese immersion program, as most folks know, is in Newport High because we've got a lot of heritage speakers there, and trying to get the word out to fill those classes. And whether it's math or whether it is, as you also mentioned, or whether it is Chinese, is there a way to try to fill those classes? And do we have like a communications kind of strategy for trying to fill those? And then my second question is on the number of the anticipated reduction in number of students in our district, how much of that is people who have gone to private school? And also, do we have any mechanism for doing exit interviews or trying to get a sense of what's going on there?
I'm going to tackle the second one before the first one. With respect to private schools, we do lose some students to private schools, and it did go up during COVID. The way that we know how many kids we lose to private schools is because of the record requests that we receive. And so basically we're forwarding records, and it depends on if they're forwarding out of state or out of the area or to private schools in our area. Out of the 1,400 students that we lost to during the COVID years, those 2 COVID years, we lost about 200 students to private schools out of the 1,400, which is under less than 20%. And that
then
was
what about
higher than what we would normally lose to private schools. I mean, we normally lose 7 to 10%. So it definitely was higher.
And then what about homeschooling? Just, I said private schools, but just
Yeah.
lost to homeschooling. Is that,
Yeah,
does that include the homeschooling, or is it
part of
harder?
it. Homeschooling is much harder to track, to be honest. Even though parents are supposed to register when they are homeschooling, they don't all register. So it's much harder to track. Do you want to say something to that, Shannon?
Some of those are actually shown as transfers to other school districts where instead of, for example, choosing to participate in our online program, they're choosing to participate in an online program of a different school district. And then with respect to homeschooling, as Deputy Superintendent DeVita identified, parents are supposed to annually provide notice to the superintendent of intent to pursue homeschooling. However, it's not the same sort of tracking mechanism like we have with online schools that are either private or public, where we get a confirmation of registration. So it's more effort. Our counselors essentially are tracking down if students have left our district and gone somewhere, but it is much more difficult to identify families who've chosen to homeschool, but without any sort of affiliation with a private or public parent partnership program or online program.
Since they're required to register, at least for the ones that register, we should have a number from that. Yes?
It's not truly a registration, it's simply providing a form. And it's not even as simple as counting the forms, because the form, you can turn in one form for all of your children. I certainly.
We have those forms, and I can definitely follow up on it. I don't have those numbers tonight. With respect to the classes, that I've been working with Deputy Superintendent Collins on different ways to maybe have classes in multiple schools and use some of the equipment that we have, for example. And so we've just been talking about various ideas on how to create more efficiency in some of those classes. So work is being done on that.
Thank you.
I'm going to continue. I'll go ahead and go to Director Chu and then Director Aris, and then I'll go last, unless I just want to I want to make sure we get everybody in, and then I'll go. And then if we still have time, we'll see if there's any final questions. So please go ahead. And then Director Aris.
Okay, I've got a bunch, but I'll focus on 2. One is kind of wondering about how you approach critical criteria evaluation with the budget, because it's really hard to do, like the budget. But one of the specific examples I'd give where I was interested in knowing more is when we choose to have combined grade level classes. You mentioned that we were going to have more than normal. And I want to understand, if we understand the impact of that, do the kids in those classes perform at the same level as the rest of the district, et cetera? Do they, are they disproportionately happening at particular schools or to a particular category of kids? How do we look at that? How do we make sure that that's accounted for? And then the second question that I want to bring up is one I haven't raised ahead of time, so you may not have the information here. But what I was wondering is what we've done in the budget to reflect what we understand better now about our non-athletic competitive teams, like our rocketry team, our robotics teams, the facilities needs they have, the coaching needs they have, et cetera. How does that show up in the budget? So those are the 2 that I'll just start with. Thank you.
So with respect to the critical criteria, we do not use a critical criteria across the entire budget. That is usually applied programmatically to the various program decisions that are being made. With respect to split grade classrooms, when we staff our schools, we generally, and we do have smaller class sizes at our title schools. We err on the side of extra staff at our title schools. So let me give you an example. If a class is going to be, well, if there's a class that's going to has, let's say they have 34 kids at a grade level, then we will staff 2 teachers there and have 2 classrooms at 17. Where at some of our higher performing schools, we would look at, can we combine that with, can we make a combined class, and does that make sense so that we have 2 classes of 24 or something along those lines. So we look at those on an individual by individual basis when we actually do the staffing. Does that help?
It helps. I also wondered if we actually had any data that.
I
helps
don't
us.
have that data. I saw your email. I do not have that data like on the top of my head, but I was going to accumulate it for you.
Okay, that's
Okay.
great. Thank you.
And then with respect to the other programs, those are primarily funded out of ASB, but I can tell you, I know that there's questions about the facilities, and we have facility plans for many of our schools. So for example, Interlake is one of the schools that we were, because they have that whole portable village, right? So when we were going to expand that school, we were going to add the robotics and rocketry support. Newport High School has that built into their plan and the work that we're doing there. So we're adding those facilities as we're doing the other facility work and not on a one-off basis. And then with respect to coaches funding and things like that, that's all part of the activity hours that we provide to our schools.
And do you know if there were changes made this year?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can follow up on that.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go to Director Aris. Director Aris, do you have 1 or 2 questions? Go ahead.
Yes, I sorry.
Don't be sorry. Thank you for joining. Director Aris came even though she's not feeling well tonight, so thank you.
I have one. Sorry, I sound like a frog right now. Regarding as we, your earlier slides showed the projection of that we will be continuing to lose students over time, and which is, shows that we'll be reducing our numbers to, I believe, in the 16,000 range based upon the projection. As we know, Bellevue School District has, have grown to, I think, historically up to 40,000. We've reduced, we've increased. We are now on the decreasing process. With all of the history that we have of growth and loss, are there information that we could pull from all of our experiences, which will help us do a better job in this process of as we look forward and as we look at how to adjust with the decrease in student population?
Yes, so the largest Bellevue School District has ever been is 24,000, and that was back in 1968. We took a big dive there down to 15,000 in 1990 was that low point, and then we were flat for a little bit and then came back rising up and hit a high of just over 20,000 in the most recent. School district enrollment is cyclical, has been cyclical for years, where the baby boomer generation was having a lot of kids, and then they stopped, and so that's where you saw those dips, and then the next group started having kids, and now the millennials are not having kids. So it is cyclical at many times. Not selling property is a huge one. Frankly, they sold a lot of property when they had that last dip. And so then it becomes very difficult to find places for schools and other things. So my recommendation first and foremost is that we do not sell property. But we look at ways to leverage the facilities that we do have to create positive experience for students. I don't know exactly what that's going to mean. I think we need to work through all of those plans and figure that out. Our goal is to continue to offer the quality programs to our students and to even broaden those as we address this enrollment decline.
If Director Aris, if that,
Yeah,
that's-
yes.
sorry.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, I will ask 2 questions and then I think we will move forward. I know you're on 7.1, right? On the, you may be presenting that, but I'll ask my 2 quick questions. And then what I might suggest is since we have one more board meeting before you're seeking an action on August 18th, we can, if needed, in our pre-board meeting, identify if there's any other things that we need to understand as a board. So, I think when I saw the side by side of the housing, I think for me that feels the most frustrating on an issue that I know Director Chu and I have talked about, which is just the seeming unfairness between how we're treated on the levy lid and Seattle. So I'd like to know, do you see any room, and maybe I tie this to what can we do as a board? Do you see any room to be able to advocate with success on getting that lid lifted to justify the dramatically higher cost of living here for many teachers, staff, and basically the district to have to navigate? Our costs are higher globally for housing, for transportation, et cetera. Like, do you see a basis now to say, state legislature, you should revisit this? I guess that's a loaded question. But
Yeah,
that's
no,
a
but
question. And
I
the second one is special needs. That's where we always
Okay.
lose money because it's an unfunded mandate.
Yes.
Mandate is that if that gap could be closed, we actually could actually do better, but
Yeah,
it's
and
not.
both of those things. So the first one, I see an opportunity of asking them to add the regionalization factor to the levy limit. The regionalization factor is what they apply to higher cost area districts to help them with staff compensation for those costs. It's currently at 18%. My rationale behind that is we spend our local levy dollars on the same types of resources as we spend our appropriated dollars from the state. So the buying power for our local levy is significantly less than, say, for Olympia that has a 0 regionalization factor. So basically, they can buy 18%. If you agree with the 18% number, they can buy 18% more resources with their levy than we can. And so I do think there is room for that to push that through. That's no cost to the state. No cost to the state, but it does help us in terms of the resources that we can access for our students. So that's one piece there. The second, with respect to special ed, what's very interesting is while we're seeing our enrollment decline, we are not seeing the number of students that need special services decline. And so the state has that 10.5% limit. And while we are not there, we could get there if that trend continues. And so that will just exasperate the other issues in terms of their funding of special education. So I think that will become a more critical issue that we really need to be pushing on in terms of how the state does support us with respect to students that have special needs.
Seema, could I just ask clarification on one of your
sure.
answers? The part about the regionalization factor.
Uh-huh.
Right now, my understanding is our voters approve a certain amount and we don't even collect the full amount that they approve. So
Correct.
what I was wondering is if we were to have that regionalization factor, would that already be within the realm of what our voters have approved?
Yes. We would not need to go back to our voters.
Okay, so thank you. I think we will move to board business. And that is, we have action on the budget extension. And I believe this is an ask that you might be presenting, I think.
So this is a resolution asking you to increase the budget for the repayment of bonds by $22 million. The reason why this is coming along is because last fall we sold a new series of bonds that had a group of bonds. So when we sell bonds, we sell a multiple different maturity dates. There was a group of bonds in there with a 1-year maturity date. We did not know about that when we originally established the budget, right? Because we established the budget in August, we sold those bonds in October. And we don't normally have 1-year maturity dates, but we did in this grouping. We have the money in our account. This will have no impact on our taxpayers at all, but we cannot spend the money unless you raise the budget to say, yes, it's okay for you to spend this money. So this will have no impact on our taxpayers whatsoever. It's funds that we have already collected in order to pay back the principal on these bonds.
I just want to see if there's any questions from board directors on the actual ask. I guess I would probably ask you, how would you translate that if a constituent asked exactly what did you guys do there? What
Okay,
did
we
you do?
sold-
Did you guys miss something? What
We sold
happened? How
bonds
did
after
you
the
not?
fact. And by the way, in those bonds, we had almost a 0% interest rate on, if you recall. That was kind of our remember when we sold the bonds, we talked about the free money? Because it had a very, very low interest rate on it. So we did it after the fact. So we built the budget, we sold the bonds, we took advantage of very low 1-year interest rates. And so we just need to up the budget so that we can pay back the principal on those.
Is there any question before we have we're going to have a motion that I'll be making to pass the resolution as stated or as written in the attached, and I'll be seeking a second. So I see no questions. So with that, I'm going to be asking for a second to my motion that we pass resolution 2022-05. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
With a second, let me ask, is there any discussion amongst the board?
Just one final question for Melissa on this. Is there any implication, any negative implication whatsoever to releasing this money to pay back our debt, which it seems like the right thing to do, but is there anything?
No, we already have the money in the account. If we didn't have the money in the account, that'd be a different discussion.
And
But-
it isn't allocated for any other thing.
No, it's allocated to
Great.
pay back bonds. It's been collected to pay back bonds.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think this might be a comment, but it's a question, but it's really a comment. I and probably other board directors continue to see how misunderstood our educational finances. So the opportunity for people to misunderstand this is great. So I would ask if you would please consider working closely with our communications chief, Ms. Thorne, to make sure that this is said in very clear, simplistic terms, or maybe in a short FAQ. It could even be a video of you explaining something, but otherwise people do misunderstand. So I think with that, if there's no other discussion, I will say, let's call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I have 5 ayes, so the motion for the resolution passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, Superintendent, I understand on 7.2, you have Ms. Friboski, I believe, to present on the comprehensive school counseling. Is that right?
Yes, Maria?
Hi.
So in spring of
2021, SB 5030 was passed by the state legislature, which requires all districts to create a comprehensive school counseling program that aligns to national standards. These national standards are what is referred to as the ASCA model, which is the standards created by the American School Counseling Association. These standards for counselors work align with academic counseling, college and career counseling, and social emotional learning, and also include mindsets for students. We are required to have full implementation of a program that aligns with the ASCA model in 2023 to 24 school year. Next year is considered an implementation or a transition year, and all school districts were required to create with their counselors and the people who would be implementing it. We're required to create an implementation plan, which is what you have. It's really a skeleton of the comprehensive school counseling program, and we'll be spending the next year fleshing out a lot of pieces of this. At the end of the year, by June, we should have all pieces in place to allow for full implementation of the 23-24 school year. The full comprehensive school counseling program is a little bit like a school improvement plan in that it is actually a living document and will change based on data and based on input and feedback. OSPI guidance requires that the school board of each district approve the implementation plan. And so that is why it is here before you today.
All right, Superintendent, do you have anything additional? I believe the ask is for us to pass the proposed plan. Is that right? Okay, I'm going to ask if it's okay, if any board directors have any questions, would that be okay? I will go ahead and kick it off and
It
just ask.
does need to be moved for discussion.
Oh, that's right.
And
Okay.
seconded first for discussion.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead for the opportunity for discussion to make a motion that we pass the comprehensive school counseling program transition plan as requested by the superintendent and executive team. Is there a second to the motion? There's no second. We can't have a discussion. Is there a second to the motion? Okay. All right. The motion having been seconded, we now have discussion. Let me go ahead and just ask, are there any directors have a question about the counseling plan? Director Chu? Okay, so why don't we start just, I'll go ahead and say, let's try to do two questions each, but we may have many and we'll just keep going around. Go ahead. Okay, I had a question just about, I wasn't 100% sure as I looked at it about one thing that has been I think a question recurring for me on counseling is how do you know what the qualitative experiences are from your students and whether whether we're actually implementing at the fidelity of our expectations when it comes to counseling, whether that is mental health, it's in the MHAT structure, or if it's on academic counseling or career and technical services, kind of CTE type counseling. How do we know we're actually doing what we think we are doing? That's really my question. Why don't I go ahead and let you address it, and then we'll see what others have.
So one of the things that's part of the ASCA model is really specific ways that we collect data. And so part of what the ASCA model does is really focus counselors' work in tier 1 that impacts all students. And for every lesson or for every program that's implemented by a counseling team at a school, there is an assessment, kind of a pre and a post, and also a follow-up to determine if it actually was successful. That's also where the counseling advisory committee comes in. That will be made up of parents, students, community members. So looking at the data that is gathered from programming, lessons, et cetera, and making recommendations and providing input on the program. So that is part of what the ASCA model actually does align with. There is also a requirement that the work of the counseling teams at each school mesh with the MTSS or multi-tiered systems of support at each school, and that those MTSS structures are really extended into the domains that the counselors work in, like academic advising, college and career readiness, and social emotional learning. And so with those tiers in MTSS comes data gathering at each tier so that you're implementing interventions after tier 1 and into tier 2. And we have training planned for counselors and principals on that this August.
Just, does ASCA account for sort of how to maybe closer to real-time experiences capture what, let's say, students feel about their experience? Does ASCA kind of, I mean, I know you talked about having groups of which students would be, in which students would be represented, but I'm just curious. A lot of times, close to the time of an experience, a student will have a very kind of full set of thoughts, and then 6 months later, it's like, it was okay. So I'm just curious if ASCA has any input on that.
Yeah, so that's part of the pre and post of anything that the counseling team implements, whether it's a lesson or even after they've done kind of senior blitz or junior blitz, doing those type of pre and post with students to get input and feedback.
Thank you. That answers my question. I see it. Director Chu's hand is up.
I'm asking to jump in now because I think my question ties right into yours. So one of the things that wasn't clear to me, and I'm still not quite clear, is this year a year of planning to do the transition into this model, or is this year implementing the model first? And second, sort of going along with that, is this feels like a really great opportunity to get broad scale feedback from stakeholders on the quality and the expectations of what they're hoping to get, and to try to understand where we have our strengths and where we have pieces that maybe we're just not staffed to be able to deliver on. So I'm wondering to what extent we're taking advantage of that in a broad way to really deeply understand, because this is definitely a space, like when I think of the counselor's job, I see we've got the social emotional supports and stability. We've got the how, get me through the academic needs that I have, make sure I'm learning. If I have special needs, make sure they're being tended to. Then we also have the college readiness, the career readiness, and it's one thing to say our kids got into college. It's another to say that they got the support that they needed to get into the college that really matched their needs or what have you. And then on top of it all, there's just general well-being and guidance that those folks are sort of, doling them out to other resources that might be able to help them. That's a lot. But everyone has different depths of needs in that. And it is a place where I definitely see a disconnect in what I hear in stories sometimes and what I think we're intending and trying really hard to provide. So how are we taking advantage of that?
Okay, so for the first question, next year is a transition year, so we will be implementing some pieces, and other pieces we're still fleshing out the actual plan, and so it'll be ready to implement by the end of the year. So I think you can see there's some there's some timelines that are laid out in some of them. So for example, the advisory team, the first meeting will be at the end of the year, right? So they're recommending that it meets once or twice a year, and so we'll be having an implementation team that'll be designing that committee, who's going to be on it, using the critical criteria to make sure that we're keeping everything in mind we need to, and it'll meet kind of once at the end of the year. So some things are ready to implement, sort of like some of the existing lessons that we do, we're aligning them to the ASCA model. Some things we'll be implementing right away, and other things will be sort of stepped in throughout the year so that we're ready to do all of it in 23-24. What we also know from the ASCA model is that they specifically recommend which things are counselor responsibilities and which things are not counselor responsibilities. So some of what we need to do this year is actually look at what things are part of a counselor's job responsibilities that don't need to be done by a trained counselor and actually can be done by someone else, which will free up their time to really focus on the tier 1 aspects of the things that you were talking about. So there's still some work to do just to make sure that we actually have the conditions set up in our district that allows us to align our counseling program with ASCA.
But when you do that work, what's the extent of involvement of the stakeholders, especially the high school students, but in all cases, you know, families and students?
So they will be on the advisory team. OSPI guidance says the actual comprehensive school counseling program is actually developed by people who are going to be implementing it, and it does need to align to ASCA standards. So once we actually have our vision of what that is, that's where the advisory team comes in and gives input on, is this working? What else would we want to see? That type of thing.
Okay, I'm going to go to Director Watson.
Yeah, as I was reading this, I had sort of like observations, and looking at the memo there, the things that are called out, it says, well, this is in response to some legislation that you had to do this report. And then it goes on to talk about the program requirements. And those are, you know, absolutely spot on aligned to the things that I think when I talk to parents, they worry about, you know, what is the counseling program doing for social emotional development of my child, the academics, you know, where am I going to get the support or the advice on what to do academically, and the college and career readiness. So that's exactly right. But, and I think I might just be asking the wrong thing, but the report is written in such a way that it satisfies what the state wanted. But as a parent reading this, it's very confusing. You know, it's hard for me to pull it out. I almost want to take it and resort it under those three headings. You know, this is what the counseling department is going to be doing for social emotional for the kids. This is what we're going to do for academics for the kids, because these are very sort of concrete, real things. And I think that it could be a good thing to communicate to the community that we're actually like going to do these things. So it's sort of more of an observation. So when you said it was a living document, I sort of wondered, well, you know, probably you can't change the format because it's what the state wants, but I'm wondering if there could be a something to go with it to face the community.
Right, I absolutely agree with you. At first the state said that we just needed to make our own report, our own implementation plan, however you want to. Here's some suggestions. So we did that, and then about a week after we'd done it, they sent us a template. So this is really, we really are kind of following the template, and it's really more of an internal document. I think what we actually are going to communicate to our constituency is really going to be up on our counseling page and linked to all of our schools. And it will be really aligned in those three domains that you talked about: academic advising, college and career, and social emotional. And that's a lot of the work we're going to do this year. I think that we will have, for kind of full implementation of the ASCA model, to have all of the programming and all of the lessons and everything that we think we need. They said really talking about 3 to 5 years, right? So we want to make big strides and have a lot of things put in place as quickly as possible. But with input and feedback, we're going to continue to improve this comprehensive program, counseling program, over the next 3 to 5 years. And those things, kind of what does this look like? A full year timeline is one of the things that they recommend. A full year timeline of all the activities that your student's going to be participating in as part of the comprehensive school counseling program, which we've needed for a long time. So it's I agree with you, it's a great opportunity, and the counselors are in general very, very excited about it. And we believe this is a huge positive move.
Yeah, and I'm just encouraging you to let everyone know about the positiveness.
Yes. We're not quite ready yet to put a lot of pieces out there, but I think we will in the fall be able to put several pieces out there for the community to see.
Thank you.
I am going to, I'm guessing from what I could hear while I was in the back, Director Shuey and Aris have not had a chance to ask a question yet. So let me ask Director Shuey, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Director Aris, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. It was answered in the previous questions.
Okay, I'm going to circle back because I think, I was guessing that we might have more questions here. So Director Chu, go ahead.
Mine actually just ties in with what Carolyn was saying. I was wondering how you plan to use the use of data piece in terms of really driving like outcomes and knowing like, here's what we know will be successful with mental health if, we know we'll be successful with college planning, career planning if, and if there are data pieces you'll be gathering and reporting out to the community, because that sort of comes through, but not quite.
So the use of time data is the counselor use of time, and it's really just, it's there as a check to make sure that the counselors are spending at least 80% of their time in direct services to students, and that they're not being asked to do things that are not specifically a counselor role and not in direct service to students. So that's one of the reasons why the use of time is to really focus counselors' time, and not have counselors be doing things that are not part of their role. And at different levels, elementary, middle, high, that looks a little bit different.
I think you're answering the question as if I had talked about section 3, but I'm really talking about section 2,
Okay.
the use of data piece. And wondering how you might be using that, because you said some of this is really an internal tool. So I'm wondering about just how are you assessing the success? Like, what does it mean, use of data for you? Can you just boil down that section for me? And is there anything that could leverage for what Carolyn was asking about in terms of communicating with folks who ask us about it?
So we will be doing pre and post assessments to our goals that we set out for students around academic advising, college and career. And so that data will first be shared with the advisory teams, but also will be shared more broadly with sort of like probably an ongoing summary, like here's what we found out from our work around college planning, and here's what we're actually going to be doing next year or next time or in the next month or whatever to respond to that. So every one of our goals is going to have pre and post assessment, and it might actually look a little different at every high school, middle, and elementary. There are some schools where what we kind of universally plan might hit the mark, and some schools might be shifting that either in advance with knowledge of their students and their needs, or after the fact, either to do a reteach or a redo, or to just shift for the future.
Okay, I'm going to just ask if there's no other questions, and I know our superintendent.
I
Sorry.
do have.
Oh, okay. There's a question, Director Aris.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit lost in the answer that was provided in the question Dr. Chuk gave. I guess I'm hearing that there is a pre and post assessment, and I guess I'd like to know, with the post assessment, with the data that you gather, what are you going to do with the gathered data? Are you going to use it as, will there be an additional step which says, with the data, whether it is, a good data or bad data, or is it growth, there's room for growth, an action space of saying, we have this space of growth needed, what are we going to do about it? Or if it's great, how do we make it better? I'm not quite sure I've heard clearly of if there is such thing as that.
So maybe I'll use the example to help my explanation. Think of in academic advising with ninth graders, one of the things we want is ninth graders to understand graduation requirements, and maybe also how to formulate what a cumulative GPA is. So we would do, as we create our lessons, that's part of our work that we're going to be doing this year as we revisit and revamp our lessons or create new ones. We'll have a pre-assessment to understand how well students already know that. And then we'll have a lesson, some opportunity for students to understand how to read their transcript, what our graduation requirements are, GPA, that type of thing, those activities, and do a post-assessment. And so individual schools will gather all their post-assessment data for that ninth grade lesson, and they will do an analysis for their school. Did we actually meet the mark there? That goal is going to be part of a larger plan of academic advising, but they'll be looking at that assessment for that particular grade level. Did we meet our mark on that particular lesson? It looks a lot like lesson planning in some ways that teachers do. And that's part of what the training is going to be in August, because our counselors, some have been trained as teachers, but many haven't. So if they're going to be in the classroom doing some tier 1 lessons, some training on how to create those lessons and those assessments and how to know if you hit the mark is going to be important.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to kind of drive at is, I appreciate all of this, is that unlike an exam where we give students as to see where they fall in the greater big picture, counseling is a little bit different, meaning that we're trying to fulfill a certain need. And we can't say, we got 70% that got it. Move on and repeat the same lesson again the next year. And knowing that we had 30% that failed. So I guess what I'm trying to see is how do we, what is there in the system, or will there be, to make sure that when a lesson or I guess training is provided to help counselors learn that when they get an end result which says there's 30% that didn't get it, how to readjust to make sure that following year that 30% is not 30% anymore, it's less than that.
So as part of MTSS, the tiers, tiers of support, 80% is the target that you're looking for to see that your lesson was successful. So if we don't hit 80%, then we're still in tier 1. So we're reteaching within tier 1. When we're looking at tier 2, we're looking at maybe groups of students who either were absent or just need something different. So we would be doing some reteaching for groups of students, using possibly even college and career advisors, counselors, that type of thing. So it is kind of an assessment of why didn't this work this year, and let's make sure we get closer to 100% next year, but also how do we meet the needs of all of our students? And that's the multi-tier, multi-domain systems of support training that counselors are getting in August.
Okay, that's what thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. I think we're going to go ahead and thank you for your presentation and for all the questions and answers. I think at this time, having moved and seconded and had a discussion, I'm going to ask all those in favor of the action to pass the, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong item, the Comprehensive School Counseling Program Implementation Plan, to please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I think I got 3. I'm not sure.
Aye.
I heard Director Aris, Director Chu, is that aye, and Director Shuey? Aye. Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you. We move now to item 7.3, and I think in short, the motion, the action is essentially to follow the recommendation of the executive team to name what is currently known as the Bellevue Virtual Academy as the Bellevue Digital Discovery. As Bellevue Digital Discovery. That's what I understand is the recommended name. Is that right?
Bellevue Digital Discovery.
Okay, and is there anything, we saw your memo, thank you, and the recommendation. If there's any comments, Mr. Dunwell, do you want to make, go ahead.
That item needs to be moved and seconded before discussion.
Okay, a discussion would include a presentation by him?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So, all right, I move to adopt the recommendation of the executive team to name what is now known as the Bellevue Virtual Academy as the Bellevue Digital Discovery. Do I have a second? Thank you. Now we can have discussion, which I believe captures the presentation, or any words from Mr. Dunwall. Thank you. No worries. As few or many words as you want.
session. Oh, thank you, Mike. And you know, I think the big thing is now we're a school, we're applying to be the 30th school. And I think the new name, we had a process where anyone who wanted to could suggest recommendations. The teachers narrowed it down to what we thought were the top 3. And I think it does really capture this notion that we're working to discovery. I think it'll align well with you know how we're working on global competency. I think there's lots of opportunities with that. I'm really excited that we're going to have Bellevue School District teachers teaching the elementary program. And while they will start with the Edgenuity curriculum, our goal over time is to align with the Bellevue curriculum and bring in the richness that we have developed there. So I think this is a new beginning, but I want the board to know that we're building on a foundation that we've been working on for 2 or 3 years. So excited to move it forward.
Thank you. Okay, I think at this time we will vote. So,
Well, I wanted to say something.
please, okay, go ahead.
It's a little bit of discussion, but I think this is an interesting case in point because I look at this and I say, you know, I would have picked a different one of these names of these 3, but the process, right? You asked all the people who were really involved, you know, and I wasn't involved. And so I'm very happy to go along with what the people who were on the ground suggested and decided. So I just wanted to say that.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
I'd add that I really appreciate the name that was suggested because it gives us a lot of space for growth and creativity in this program. And and one of the things that, like, I've talked to Eva a couple times about her vision for this space. And I think that one of the things, I don't know if the name brings it across to you or not, Carolyn, but like one of the things that Eva has brought across to me is that she wants this program to have space to be tangible and concrete in the short term, but to really have unlimited growth potential in really creative ways that open new doors for our students in the long term. So in that spirit, I like the concept of this discovery name as opposed to like a very technical name. It feels better, and it also feels like it might be something. I kind of wonder if in the long run, I see that there are a couple of districts out there who are running programs like this, and they are attracting and pulling in people from across the state. And one of the real powers of this program is to broaden the opportunities and choices for kids across districts, not even just within them. And so this could actually help with our enrollment issues, and it could help open doors for our students that we just hadn't opened. So I know that's a lot to expectations to pour into your name choice, but I just want to say, like, I'm with the spirit of it. And I think there's a utility in it that has value.
So
I was just pointing out.
And I see Director Shuey's hand is up and she's had a lot of experience in this area. So let me why don't we hear from her too? Thank you.
Awesome. And I wanted to give kudos to Tom for everything he's done. It's been a huge program and lots of different opinions, and there's been great responsiveness by him to me personally and also to a lot of other people in the program. So thank you. I will also be voting in favor of the name recommendation as put forth to us. I did want to just mention that I have heard from people, and it's inevitable that we are going to just hear different perspectives and different experiences. And I just wanted to register for those people that they feel like they haven't had enough opportunity to be heard on some of the more substantive issues, and were surprised that the name was being discussed because somehow they missed it. I'm not sure where it went out. I missed it as well, other than even though we're a digital family, I missed it here. So I just wanted to reiterate that anything we can do to make sure we communicate well with the families would be, or just increasingly would be really appreciated. And one of the items that is more substantive, but I'll use this as long as we're talking about ingenuity, is that I've got a daughter who is still going through the AP Human Geography class. I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it since I got Tom as a captive audience here now. But we've got the videos go back to 2009. So a lot of what they're learning is very stale and some of it wrong, which makes it harder to prepare for the AP exam. And so that's just some feedback that's, I think you're aware of, but just wanted to register that, and anything we can do to try to continue to advance the videos to comport with today's knowledge and understanding would be great. One small additional comment is that on the recommendation itself, it says digital discovery. And one of the feedback pieces that I did get was that we don't have the word Bellevue in it, but I heard tonight people say Bellevue Digital Discovery. So can I clarify which one we are voting on just to make sure we get the right name?
The recommendation is Bellevue Digital Discovery.
Thank you.
Oh, I see, because in the bottom it says that, even though in the three
That-
bullet points, got it.
So there's a line that actually has the
I see it
recommendation.
now. Okay.
So, okay, so I will ask Director Aris if she has anything. I will just flag that because this is discussion related to the actual motion, we need to kind of keep it within the topic we've got, which is the naming. So I know we had a little bit of diversion there, but I just want to remind everybody it's a discussion on this motion. So please go ahead.
No, my comment is only that I think I appreciate the process they put in to get thoughts from the community, as well as I appreciate the word discovery in the title. So it gives room for growth. So I appreciate that.
Okay, at this time, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of moving forward with the name proposed, Bellevue Digital Discovery, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, we have 5 in favor and the motion passes. So thank you. And thank you, Tom, as well. I think at this time, we're going to hear perhaps from Mr. McLeod on items 7.4 and 7.5. Next time, I'll put you all the way at the end, Jack, so that you can hear every part of our board meeting so that you don't miss a single minute.
I'm here requesting approval for the final acceptance and the final commissioning of Highland Middle School. And we have completed the project, and we have affidavits and letters from the consulting engineers and the architects. And I have walked through that site many, many times and can attest to the quality of the work, but also that it has been all completed per the contract documents. And I might also add, it was completed during the pandemic when everything else was shut down. So
additional kudos there. We're going to take this one at a time. We'll start with the Highland.
okay, very good.
I'm going to move that we, the action is that we approve what's listed as resolution
Yeah, resolution
2022-04,
04.
and that's to basically complete the project for Highland Middle School.
Second.
And, okay, just for discussion now, if you can you summarize kind of the delta? Like, we are approving additional cost, and is that right?
Yes, it was completed within the budget that was allocated.
Okay, do directors have any questions?
No, it's more like congratulations. Big project, hard time, and awesome school for our kids. And the only question I have is, are there any outstanding issues that you saw that are going to need attention over the next 2 years?
Not that we're aware of at all. No, I mean, the systems, mechanical systems, electrical systems are all working really well. All the building systems and the students are using it for the purpose intended. So.
And do you get feedback like from the staff and students at the school at the end of the year to say like, this is working?
We have good feedback from the staff and from the students. And so one of the things that we are doing is doing a little bit more comprehensive evaluation with staff on systems that work. One of those things that we've learned is to do a little introductory thing when the staff moved in last fall, gave them a little overview on how to operate their school, how the lights work, how they, and we went through some of that at the library when the had a board meeting up there where we had to have human intervention on that. So there's all these little things that we have to tweak periodically. But it was good feedback, but it was also very helpful for the staff to know what to do at that time. So those are things that we're just trying to make it, like driving a new car off the lot, give them a little lesson before they take off with it.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say all those, our resolution is essentially to accept the recommendation that the work of our general contractor, it was Spec West Construction,
That's
that it's
correct.
complete. So all those in,
Printed out here.
yeah, it's all printed out as well, just so the record reflects it. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
I,
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you and congratulations.
And the second item is seeking approval for the approval and the acceptance of the contract for the Phantom Lake boiler and chiller replacement. And that resolution 2022-03 be accepted as complete. And that project was done. Phantom Lake was the first school that we did, and that opened in 2003. So we're 19 years into the school. And so some of those things like a boiler are only last so long. And so anyway, those were some things that we needed to take care of and replace periodically. And that was done through our capital levy dollars.
Well, here's where I'm going with you have walked the project, because I have.
Oh, yes, I have been up the ship's ladder on the roof, and yeah, I've been all over, under and through, yes. So we're recommending
Okay.
acceptance.
So all those, I now move that we pass what's been marked as resolution 2020-03.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, so all those in favor of the resolution that we as a board accept the work of the J.H. Kelly contractor is complete. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I,
I,
Okay, so 5-0, thank you.
Thank you
Your
very
The
much.
motion passes. Thank you.
Enjoyed the earlier part of the meeting too.
I'm
Thank
sure,
you.
I bet you did. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. I think at this time we have one item left on our board business, and it's essentially about our calendar. And what's written here actually needs modification. So I'm going to make a verbal modification and then ask the board to consider it. So it's essentially that the more board meeting dates that you see in the attachment, that with a modification that we be changing what is listed as November 17 to November 10, 2022, and that we be changing what's listed as June 22nd, 2023 to June 8th, 2023 per the superintendent's prior presentation, that with those two modifications, that I move that we pass the draft board meeting dates. So is there a second to that motion? Second. Okay, is there any discussion?
So I seconded the motion as amended, just to be clear.
Agreed. Okay.
And the only thing, will we also, per our normal policy and procedure, do a double check in May on the July and August dates? We have a procedure that says that by the end of May, we'll confirm any
Yeah.
dates for the summer.
I mean, I thought based on our last discussion, we were going to approve this based on what we currently know.
No,
And that- yeah.
we approved the whole thing.
Right,
and
we are.
In May, we can confirm
Yeah,
or
exactly, because we don't usually know
Yeah.
now, but I thought the key things were November and June, which
Yeah.
we knew. Okay, so if I understand you there, then yes.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
so all those in favor, please say aye.
I,
Aye.
I,
Okay, so the currently presented calendar with the modifications to November 10th and June 8th passes. All right, so I'm wondering if we want to take just a 5-minute break and reconvene at 6:36 p.m. and we will continue our program. Okay, we'll continue our meeting. Thank you. started a little bit later than hoped, but we will move forward. For item 8, it is board policies, board business with a focus on our policies. John Harrison is here, our executive director, and what we have is basically 4 policies he's going to talk about at a high level. This is our first reading. We will have more policies in forthcoming meetings also coming up for first readings. But I think he's broken this out over, I think we have 4 meetings where these will be brought forward. This meeting, the 4th, I think some on the 18th, or maybe not on the 18th, and then again in September. But I'm going to let Executive Director Harrison kind of give an overarching kind of view and then talk about each policy.
Director Serafin, one request. In the future, as these are coming, since we have like batches of them coming in, could we have on the initial item on the agenda, the little chart that John put together that shows like when things are coming, when what's coming for first?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
And then maybe just highlight the ones we're looking at that day.
Sure. That could be fine. Maybe we could have that as an attachment. So I think what I'm hearing from Director Chu is just having like being grounded contextually in what policy we're looking at in the overall universe of what we're going to be looking at in the coming weeks or something. Thank you. All right, so if we can make a note of that for the next meeting, but why don't I go ahead and let you kick this off, give us some context, and then talk about each one. I think what you're seeking, if I understand from what we spoke about before, is any kind of initial feedback people have, but we're not looking for line item edits. But we will have you obtain those from individual directors who may have specific editing ideas. Okay, let me let you kick it off.
Great. Thank you, President Serafin. And that is correct. And I'm going to start with an apology for having to participate virtually. I know it's not ideal, but I'll do my best. And I thank you for your indulgence on that one. So I am going to put into context, and Dr. Chu referenced a document called the policy plan. And I just want to very quickly say that that document identifies and describes the policy work for prioritizing our policies over the next number of months. It provides a timeline for first readings of the high priority policies, and those are the policies that we're asking you to deal with over the 3 summer months into the first meeting into September. And they're high priority policies because they're either legally required, or there's an organizational need, or there was some change in legislation that precipitated the need to review. So we have 2 new policies and 2 revisions to existing policies for you tonight. There's another 4 or 5, I believe, coming your way at the next board meeting in August. And then into the fall, some additional policies that had been previously prioritized, we'll begin to start dealing with those in the early part of the fall. Another document I provided you initially in May, but again earlier this week, is a document titled The Policy Process, which establishes what I hope is a clear process for the review and revision and adoption and maintenance of board policies. And it covers policy development, the planning process, critical criteria reviews, community engagement, and documentation. A very critical piece of that process is the section that speaks to policy materials and feedback cadence. And the reason why that's important is because tonight's the first set of policies that are coming to you under this new process. So I thought it would be helpful, just before I jump into the policies for tonight, just to give you review that cadence for you. So you received first reading materials on Friday. Tonight is a first reading, and President Serafin has described perfectly what we're hoping will happen tonight. And then until August the 5th, we're asking for directors to provide feedback edits to me and get those to me by Friday, August the 5th, which is 11 business days to be able to do that. And then I will provide you with second reading materials on Friday, August the 12th, And then on Monday, August the 18th, at your pre-meeting planning session, I will cover the changes that have been made since since the versions you're going to see tonight, or that you've seen in your packet. So again, the overview of the policies tonight for first reading are 2 new policies, and then 2 current policies we're proposing revisions. The first is 3211, Gender Inclusive Schools. And this proposed new policy is required by law. You've seen the briefing memo. You've been provided with clean and marked up versions. And you've seen the critical criteria review. And Nancy Fahm, our civil rights and HIB compliance officer, has been the lead on this policy. The second one is 4110. It's a new policy. This came at the request of Superintendent Jarvis to me. And basically this new policy, I believe, is going to be a really important one for us, as it's going to provide clarity and guidance for community advisory groups that are either formed by yourselves as a board or by Dr. Jarvis as superintendent. So you've got a copy of the draft new policy. I included the procedure for 2 reasons. Number one, as it's a new policy, the detail is in the procedure. And since this procedure has your direct involvement in it, it was important that you see both the policy and the procedure at the same time. Then revisions to 1400. You've been providing for virtual public comment since the May 5th meeting. And so that's precipitated needed changes to the policy and the procedure regarding the public comment section, and including the new practice of virtual public comment. And again, you've seen the memo, clean and marked up versions, and the procedure as well. And then finally, 1240 committees. Obviously, you recall that in January, the board decided not to appoint members to the 4 previously existing standing committees. And so that precipitated some changes to the policy, but the more substantial changes were to the procedure, as each of the 4 previous standing committees were described in that procedure. So that's the high level overview. President Serafan, I'm going to ask you if you would want us to go, myself and Nancy, to go through each of the marked up versions to walk you through what you have in front of you, or is that sufficient as a high level overview?
I think it's sufficient as an overview. I think for the purpose of what we have tonight, it might be helpful if, since you're seeking as an action within basically about a week, feedback from each board director, if there's something contextually, and I'm going to say this particularly for Directors Chewy and Aris, if there's something contextually that would be helpful just because I think this is an exercise that may be newer, if there's something that's helpful for them to ask that you can address, or for Ms. Pham to address, let's take questions on that. Also, there may be just general questions. So I see Director Chu has her hand up too.
Point of order, or just point of clarification on the process here. So my understanding is that tonight it is expected that we will actually share feedback on this, and that we can then give detailed feedback, like the details of that. If we just sent the feedback in without having a discussion tonight, we would be having we would be potentially in violation of OPMA.
I don't think so, because if we were individually giving.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is something that I addressed by email. Yes, this is the opportunity for the board to discuss the changes you would like to have. If you have changes to these policies that you would like to share for consideration, now is the time. And then if you have specific line item edits so that Mr. Harrison and Ms. Pham and others can track the feedback and see where there is consistency and where there may be points of divergence, he can prepare a updated document for the next public board meeting, which is a special board meeting, so that all of the board's discussions about the policies and what they wish to see in them or change about them happen in an open public meeting.
Right, but if somebody does not think of something tonight and later sends something to Executive Director Harrison in a one-way email, and he reflects it in what he proposes back, and we discuss it in open public meeting at our next open public meeting, how is that an OPMA violation?
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
Okay.
not having a discussion tonight.
I understand, but we could have a discussion and
I
someone
would
could-
rather
yeah.
answer that question in an attorney-client privileged communication rather than.
Okay, but
here,
I'm just saying.
Now would be a great time that.
It might be, but if somebody doesn't remember or doesn't think of something, they're not prohibited from saying something by email in a one-way communication with Director Harrison, correct?
The board will have an opportunity to engage in an open public meeting
We
to
will.
discuss these policies 2 more times. And so there's lots of opportunities for board members to provide their feedback on these policies in open public meetings.
There is, but I'm not seeing, I guess I'm not agreeing exactly with, I think Director Chu, which I may not have understood her point, but I think a director can think of something that's a red line and share it later. But I think it's a great time to talk about it now.
So are we going to go policy by policy?
I think that's probably the best way to go. Let's start with because I think they're listed in that order. So let's start with the gender inclusive, which is item point 1.
And President Serafan, would you like Ms. Pham to? We can have Mike bring up the marked up version and have Nancy walk you through the context. Would that be helpful, or would you prefer to have Nancy speak to the context and then move along?
I think probably speak to the context. We can project it up, and then we can hear any comments people have. But I know we have at least 2 board directors who have specific comments ready to go.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Director Serafin, I believe Director Shui had her hand raised for, and I don't know if you saw that.
I don't think I did, so that's my fault. So,
That's okay. I did have comments, but then I saw that you were cycling through in a formal way, so we can go whatever order you want. Like, I guess we're starting with the gender inclusive schools, and will we just each of us make comments, or how would you like to?
all right, go ahead, Ms. Bam.
Hello, my name's Nancy Pham. My pronouns are she and her, and I am the compliance officer for civil rights and harassment, intimidation, and bullying for the district. Gender expression and gender identity are protected classes under state law and also under our own policy 3210, non-discrimination. The purpose of this policy 3211 is to further affirm the district's commitments to fostering an educational environment that is safe and free from discrimination for all students, and that includes their regardless of their gender expression, gender identity, or sex. Currently, we have a procedure 3210.1P. It's a sub-procedure under policy 3210 titled Transgender and Gender Non-Conforming Students. At the time that procedure 3210.1P was introduced by district staff in 2014, it was one of the first school board procedures in the state to specifically address issues related to transgender and gender nonconforming students. In 2019, Washington State codified a RCW titled Transgender Student Policy and Procedure. And within that, there was a requirement that every school district adopt a version of the state's model policy and procedure for gender inclusive schools. The policy that we have here is heavily based on the state model. We also have a corresponding 3211P procedure, and that will replace the current 3210.1P. Details outlined in the procedure include use of student names and pronouns, including in class and in official records, restroom and locker room accessibility, sports and PE classes and other school activities, and training for staff. Discrimination and harassment complaints, including ones that fall under 3211 will continue to be addressed under the 3210 discrimination policy and procedure. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think we'll take any questions or comments. I'll start with Director Watson.
Yeah, the policy seems like you just kind of moved some things around. And so the memo directed me to the accompanying, the procedure from, what is it, 3210.1P. And as I read through that, I mean, that's been there for a while, but I did have a question, or I wanted to ask the administration to consider thinking about the paragraph under dress, because it says students must be permitted to dress according to the gender in which they consistently identify, and they should have the right to dress in accordance with their gender identity that is consistently asserted at school. And I wanted you to think about the word consistently. Like, why does it have to be consistent? Is that subjective in the eye of the beholder? What does that mean, you know, for some down the line, somebody who reads this and doesn't think quite the same way we're thinking, and the kid wears a dress one day and the next day wears pants and is in trouble or something. So I wanted you to think about the word consistently in that procedure, and if it's necessary.
I didn't read that procedure in preparation for this, but now that you've brought it up, I am concerned that we have something that says that kids should dress consistent with the gender that they express. Like, I don't think that we have any business trying to determine which gender someone should dress as. Like, if regardless of what gender expression or gender identity someone has, I'm not going to start limiting their clothing. So I just want to call out a concern that language doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's say consistent with the overall dress code, so people aren't going to come indecently dressed. But I feel like one less thing, let them wear what they want.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up those concerns. I have the 3211P pulled up right now, and the dress code section in that is just one sentence. And it says, the district will not regulate student dress within the constraints consistent with policy 3224, which is our.
We're not looking at the same place, right? Because I'm pulled up 3210.1P off the district website, and it says more than that.
Yes, I'm talking about 3211P.
Oh, okay, so that's what it refers to. You mean that's the new one?
Yeah, yes, that's the new one.
So there's a new procedure that I haven't seen.
Yes.
We're recommending both a change in policy and a change in accompanying procedure. And the language you're referring to came from the state model policy that Ms. Pham identified as all school districts being mandated to adopt. And so this would.
Well, the language I'm looking at is what we have currently on our website under that procedure that should be currently in effect.
And that's one of the reasons why we're pursuing the change in the policy and procedure.
All right. Yeah, it's hard sometimes because we don't always get the procedures that you're working on. So, but this one was kind of an exception because it referred back to that because we hadn't had this policy before. Okay, so maybe you've sorted that out already. Well, I think she said that there's a new procedure they're working at that we haven't seen yet.
One you see that will replace what you read.
Right.
Thank you.
Supposedly. Yeah, the other thing is, I'm wondering whether we should have the critical criteria posted with the policies so we can review those at the same time. Just wondering.
What do you think, John? Is that would actually seem like a good thing to have at the first reading, critical criteria that was that was done with it, so that we can see how the edits might reflect the assessment.
Yeah, we included the critical criteria with the other materials on the previous Friday, but there is
email draft. But you're saying, but it's not posted.
Not posted.
Right.
So
correct, but we could do that.
Okay. Thanks. Less flipping back and forth.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other comment on 3211?
There's a typo for whatever it's worth. in the second paragraph, the superintendent will appoint a primary contact to serve.
All right, so I think we'll go ahead and like probably maybe go with maybe more concept-based feedback at this point, and perhaps we'll save some of the typo point outs for follow-up by email. Are there any other sort of general feedback thoughts on 3211?
Can I go ahead? I don't know if you can see me, Seema, with my hand up.
Yeah, please go ahead. I think I'm having trouble because I'm looking at I'm only looking at what I see up there, and I should be looking at my device. So go ahead.
Okay. I was trying to better understand. I heard somebody say earlier that it looks like we moved some things around. The original language that had said in the first paragraph that the board recognizes the importance of an inclusive approach with regard to key terms, ... That made sense to me. The new sentence that takes it out and says these inclusive approaches include understanding with regard to key terms, ... Why did we move it and what does it mean now? Because I don't really understand what it is. And when we say these inclusive approaches include understanding, are we saying that we want to foster understanding of key terms? Yeah, I guess that I'm having a hard time even speculating what it means. If you could describe what it means and why it was pulled out, that would be awesome.
I believe that we moved that section to its own sentence for clarity, but if it makes it less clear, then we can certainly look into that and possibly revert back to the original.
Yeah, and a context piece, Director Shui, is the changes you see. So Nancy mentioned earlier that this new policy is heavily based on the WASDA model. Since we don't have a current policy, Ms. Pham included the model language, the WASDA model policy language, and she's struck out where we've decided to use different language. So what you see struck out is a language that existed in the WASDA model, and the language that we're suggesting is in the red type.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's very helpful to understand where it came from. I will say that I feel like the original was more understandable than the revision. So maybe if you could take a look at that again, that would be really helpful, because just the way that reads these inclusive approaches include understanding. Maybe it is key terms and communication. What do we mean by and the use of names and pronouns? It's just sort of, it may be a defect in the original too, but it's not really clear what it really means. Okay, and then my second comment is, or question, is that in the second paragraph where we say communicated throughout the district, including the district website, was that a call, like, in general, I would tend to be general that way and not as prescriptive as saying on the district website. That way we're not in compliance because of a sort of a technical item. And the communications team can decide what makes the most sense for communication. But what is our reasoning for wanting to say that? Have we had an issue? Have we, do we feel like we're trying to promote the district website more? And is that more time bound to now versus in the future, where we may have a different mechanism for best communicating?
You're asking a question of Mr. Harrison, right? So why don't
yes, or Ms.
answer?
Pham,
Yeah.
whoever.
Yeah, either one. I think I see another question, but I'd like to make sure you got it answered.
Ms. Pham?
I think we decided to include those words about the district website because that's general where we have our district policy and procedures and where they're the most accessible to the public.
Does that answer your
I
question?
guess it partially answers it, but if we've got in general, like, we need to communicate, and somewhere else we don't say including website, what does it mean? Like, why are we highlighting the website here and not other places? And so I guess that my inclination, without hearing more compelling reasons, would be to not include that, but that's just my feedback. Not to say that we shouldn't include it there and that we shouldn't operationally do it there, but just as part of the policy, I wouldn't include it in the policy. One person's opinion.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Director Chu.
To pile on to Joyce's comments, I think what I would say on the thing is I do think a couple of these things add a little more opacity instead of clarity, which I think is what you were going for. So like that first paragraph one, I don't know that that change really did everything you want. And I would just say that while we never wrote our fabulous style guide, John, that we were going to write years ago, I think one of the things that we have tried to do in district policy is when we take a WASDA policy, only make changes if they're substantive to like really changing the nature of things, because that way when there are changes implemented in those policies, it's a lot easier for us to consume them. So customize where it really buys us something, but for tiny clarification purposes, probably not worth it, just as a general guide. And then the other question that I actually am wondering about is when we implement this, are there things that will need to change in our schools? And is there a plan to be able to roll it out as soon as it's adopted? Like, what will need to change for us to be in compliance with our new policy?
Substantively, I don't believe that there are any changes. The procedure, the 3210.1P, encompasses the vast majority of what will be in 3211P.
And I would just add that I think this is one of those policies where, policies can be words on a page, but what makes them meaningful is the cultures that exist in our classrooms and in our buildings. So the plan is at least to work with our certificate administrators and our building leaders in August to let them know that that this policy is now policy. It's a required policy, and it's a great opportunity to remind our building leaders that the rights that our students have, more important than the rights the students have, the way that all of our students should be treated. So there is a plan to roll this out and to make sure that our building leaders are familiar with the change and are able to share that with their staffs as we begin the school year.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to, well, I do see your hand is still up, Director Shuey. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, Director
Yes, it was, but we can talk about it. The next reading is fine.
Director Aris, did you have anything additional that's not already been covered on the gender inclusive policy 3211?
No, not at this time.
Okay, I will say my only comment was and some of this was captured by Director Chu. I wasn't 100% sure why we didn't keep by and large, the WASDA proposed model, especially I thought on this topic. So I'd like to understand that better. But in general, I like staying closer to their proposed model, but there may have been a specific reason that was more complex than we can quickly understand here, but that was my main feedback. Okay, so I think with nothing else, we'll move to the next policy, which is 4110, the Community Advisory Group. We are running a little behind, so maybe
I'll be succinct. So this is a new policy, and this is a policy that in my opinion, I think we've needed for some time. Community advisory groups, task forces, committees, councils are not new to the Bellevue School District. We've had many of those over the years. We've been consistent in that we've had these various groups. We've been inconsistent in their purpose, kind of inconsistent in expectations, and inconsistent in how the groups operate. So the whole notion of a policy 4110 is to establish a really clear kind of process for community advisory groups that are either formed at the discretion of the board or at the discretion of the superintendent. So the policy language that's being proposed is word for word identical to the WASDA model policy language. The only difference is the title. And the reason why I used the term community advisory groups, task force, council, and committees is those are all terms that we've used in the past. So I figured it kind of captured them all. And in this particular policy, I did include the procedure because it's a new policy that obviously has the board's involvement in. So I felt it was important that you also see the procedure where the detail is. So the procedure lays out what we would expect and and provides the guidance for these various community advisory groups, task forces, committees, and councils. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think I will just make a comment. I'm glad for this because, but I have, I think, some specific sort of feedback that I may want to provide in writing, but in general, I will just say many of these advisory groups are typically invoked or have been invoked by the superintendent, really not by the board. And I think creating that clarity is important. But let me see, I think I see a hand up from Director Shuey, but my own view is clarity at the time of inception, including what we're going to do with their feedback and how it will be used, and when the group will be stood down is all important. So thank you. Director Shuey?
Yeah, I would agree on that core. I wanted to also highlight and say, but I agree with that. I think that the clarity of the duration, the purpose, and all of that is a great step forward. So thank you. I have two questions, and the one relates to the fact that, well, one is the question about, I don't understand the impact of what a committee versus a task force, whether versus a community activity group. And so advisory group, I don't know that that is something I need to know, but before voting in favor of it, I would want to understand if there are any ramifications that I don't understand exist, or if it's just different ways to say, whatever it feels closest to at the time. So that's my first question. And is whether there's an impact to what you call one of these groups. And then the second question I have is that I see that it is the board or the superintendent. And what if there is a disagreement on whether to establish a committee or whatever we call it, or in the scope of it, then it's usually better to specify what happens in those situations. But maybe we don't have to, maybe just the board by virtue of its role has veto. I don't know, but it's just something that struck me is that when you give responsibility to two groups, there's always a potential for a conflict that is left unresolvable.
Yeah, I'll answer the second question first very briefly. President Serafan is accurate that the vast majority of these community advisory groups, to refer to them generally, have been formed, under the authority of the superintendent. We have had advisory group, community groups formed at the behest of the board. It has not been common, I would say, but there have been a number of occasions over the years. The most recent one, I believe, and I think I include this in the memo, the board in the board briefing memo. The last one that I recall was the donations committee, where we had a team, a community group, work for the better part of a year to make recommendations on the donations policy. And I see Director Chu shaking her head, an acknowledgement of that one. And to your question about the difference between task force, council, group, committee, those are all the terms that have been used. I think it's preference, but what I would say is that, to me, an advisory group is advisory in nature, where a task force seems to me to mean something more specific, perhaps in terms of making recommendations on a particular topic. But I want to be inclusive, so as a start, I included all the terms we've used over the years.
I have a comment on Dr. Shuey's, on Director Shuey's.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I wanted to say, first of all, I think the answer to your first question is, if it is to be created by the board, then we as a board, the only way it can be created by the board is that we vote. So if there's a disagreement among us, then we would or wouldn't vote on it. If the superintendent is recommending it and wants the board to also be part of the creation of it, we would or wouldn't vote on it. And otherwise, the superintendent, in his or her purview, has entirely the right to create advisory groups, task force, et cetera, to facilitate that job. So I think the intent of this is I know there's an and or, but for the most part, I think it'll be an or. And the other thing I wanted to comment on is that I actually appreciate having the variety of titles included on here so that somebody doesn't say, oh, well, that's just for community advisory groups. I created a council, so I don't have to follow the rules. I've created a task force. I appreciate that it just kind of covers them all and we
I
don't
just
have
wanted
to
to make
get.
sure there wasn't an impact that I wasn't aware of, but that clarified for me that it's just being comprehensive and it's all governed by the same rule.
And then I do have my own comment, which on the policy, I know that you said that this is a WASDA model policy. For me, it is substantive that the policy itself reflect that when we create these, we as a board are committed to saying that they will be created in a way that is broadly representative of the relevant stakeholders. And that to me is worth differentiating the policy to say that, not just in the procedure, but right up front, because that's our value. And then in the procedure, about 12 years ago, we had a policy on these, and it had in it the fact that we would, or the, superintendent's team would be choosing people that they thought were qualified. And we went around and about and said, that's not the way we want to approach this. So when I look at line D, sorry, I'm blocking my camera here. When I look at line D, I would like to see a change to reflect that membership will be determined based on the person's interest and expertise, whether they meet the established criteria for membership, and with consideration of the overall breadth of viewpoints to be represented, but not with the judgment of their potential contribution as if like we're qualified to do that. I would rather see that this is done as randomly as possible of all interested parties with an eye to making sure that it is broadly representative.
Thank you.
I
appreciate that, Director Chu.
Is there other input?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Called on. I'm sorry. I guess I should put a hand up. So yeah, I also had the question about, that you try to answer the names of the 4 different things. Wondered if you had a formal definition, but that's okay. You're just trying to include them all. I wanted to say, I also flagged D. I'm in the procedure for that very thing. I envisioned like, do we want the whole school board sitting there in judgment in a meeting like this of which individuals we're going to pick? So maybe we need to think about that a little more along the lines of what Director Chu just said. And then E, I felt like I'm very aware of like what I call the absent actor, like who is going to ensure that this is reflecting the diversity of the community. So I just need like, who is going to do that? Like we say it will reflect it, but somebody has to be doing that. And so I'm thinking we need to add something about that. Whether, and then DE, then the thing about, I love the fact that on G you said it will not relinquish our decision-making responsibilities under the law. I like that and makes that clear. And then H with the meeting notes and resources, I'm just wondering if do we have some kind of a frequency or a when or a how, when some kind of time measurement on that. And that's what I had.
Carolyn, and to address your comment about E and giving things ownership, I wonder if the lead sentence at the top could be changed so it said something like the superintendent or board as appropriate or their designee shall ensure that the following guidelines are followed or something like that.
Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah, I mean, this under this new world, we're not wordsmithing. We're giving a little suggestion, and John's going to think about it. Right?
I think my point is that it's not limited to E.
Yeah.
Pretty much A through all of them have that issue.
Yeah, those are both great suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask us to move on to the next policy. So just keeping in mind, our goal is not to do line by line edits, even though we might have some ideas here. I still believe that it's okay that we, one way, send our comments to John Harrison, and he will provide us a revised version for another reading. And we'll have at least a week from, based on what we talked about, to review it before the second reading, so that we can have a robust sort of assessment in our second reading in open session, as well as in our pre-board meeting session if relevant. So let's go on to 1400. Do you want to give an overview and then?
Yes, that would be great. And Mike, I'm wondering if you can show the marked up version, only because I'm, of course, only on my laptop. Could you show the marked up for? Oh yeah, you are. And scroll down to where it says public comment. So these revisions are pretty straightforward, and they simply reflect, to the best of my ability, the current practice. So I made changes specifically to the fact that we now offer a public comment virtually, number one, and number two, that public comment occurs as close as it can to 5 p.m. on a regular basis. And then I referred to the procedures that describe at a fairly high level the process for making a request to make public comment virtually. So I think the changes here are fairly straightforward, but I'm happy to answer any questions and hear what feedback you may have. And I just one thing I would add is I think it's going fairly well from my perspective. I think it's been a great addition that we've provided for our community. So thank you for your guidance on that, directors. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll call that a shout out to Director Shuey. I think that was really good work. So I don't have anything on this now. I felt like I agree. I think it was appropriate that we make the proposed revision after we'd had what I'll call a trial run. So this timing is good. I don't have anything to offer right now. So Directors Chu or Watson, Shuey. Oh, let me just go to Shuey because I keep not seeing her from far away. So why don't you go ahead first, and then we'll go to Director Chu and then Watson.
That's fine. And it's a really minor point. It's something that I've raised at other meetings, and I don't have a sort of final thought on it. But when we use the word virtual, and I mentioned this when we had the discussions about the Bellevue Virtual Academy, that it suggests that it is less, or that it is not ideal, when really there's lots of different ways to provide input. And so one of the words that I think I suggested to think about was online or something like that, instead of virtual. If you could give that further thought, maybe, socialize it with other people that have been talking about this. I remember that when we talked about it at one of our meetings earlier, there was good discussion in the group, and a commitment to think about that further, because it does suggest that it's not real when the comments are very real and very useful, whether they're provided in person or online. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Director Chu. I just want to mention that the reason I'm not calling on Director Aris is that she's a trooper and is sick and not feeling well, but hanging on nonetheless, and has just asked that she'll let me know if she wants to jump in, but otherwise to let her just hang on as she is listening to all of us. So thank you, Director Aris. Why don't we go to Director Chu?
Tiny comment. Thanks for putting this together, and I echo all the praise for having the online comments available. Something that Director Serafin has pushed for is getting us to have to put the appropriate pieces into procedure versus policy. And I think under the public comment, third paragraph, I would move out the 5 p.m. time. And I would just say here, as outlined in 1400P, public comment will be scheduled for as consistent a time as possible, and then just move the specific time into the procedure, trying to embrace the that separation.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion.
I was nodding, but I don't know if you can see that. Okay, Director Watson?
Sure. I just wanted to say about 1400 that I just like it. I like the provision of remote comments, and I really like that we settled on 5 o'clock. And if you want to move it to the procedure, that'll be fine with me. But I was always confused about which week is it and when are they coming? And it was hard for me to watch them sit here through so much sometimes. So thank you.
Okay, I think that's helpful. I think we will move to policy 1240 at this time. So, John?
Thank you, President Seraphin. Mike, I'm wondering, can you, yeah, thank you. Would you mind making it bigger? There we go. Okay, thank you. That's perfect. That's wonderful. So the first edit that you see, I think it's just one word, but it's an important word. What I've tried to do here is make this policy as efficient, as effective as possible, while maintaining, there's always the possibility that you will create a committee, standing or temporary, at any time. So I removed the word temporary because I felt that if we included temporary in there, that every time a temporary committee is formed, we would need to change the procedure. So I think for standing committees connote that they're going to be standing for some time. So I just felt that that gave you more flexibility, that if we remove the word temporary, that's not to say that you couldn't form a temporary committee, but just that we wouldn't necessarily include the temporary committees in the identifying them in the procedure. So that's the first one. And if you could scroll down, Mike, the next set here is, I'm looking for my red ink. Maybe it's further down. That's just a typographical. Keep scrolling. Okay, here we go. I removed the language that referred to approval of committee plans and committees at specific board meetings to provide, my thinking was to provide you with flexibility in terms of appointing committees at any time during the calendar year. So I just removed references to specific board meetings. And then the last thing I'll say is the section that's highlighted in red and shaded red there seems to me to be procedural. It's a detail that could be more easily and maybe more appropriately codified in the procedure. So those are basically the changes to the policy. And again, the procedure was where the more substantive changes were made. But by substantive, I just mean by volume, because the 4 standing committees that previously existed, since they're not currently in existence, I just struck, the language that referred to SIFE or goal or FinOps. And I'll stop there, and any questions or feedback I would welcome.
I'm looking online. I don't see a hand up, so I will start with Director Chu.
I know I can go in.
Why don't you start?
I just was saying, I like the fact that we allowed for the committees to continue to be created, and that emphasize, and I also like that it emphasizes, I don't even have my microphone on. I like that we allow for committees to continue to be created as needed, and that we emphasize the committee work is non-binding until approved by the whole board. So I like those 2 pieces. That was my comment.
Go ahead.
I thought that John's changes to the policy were smart and well done. The only point I have, well, actually I have one tiny point. There's something weird at the end, at least of my printout. I think the last paragraph of the procedure seems like there's something missing. But the real point, the substantive point I want to make is I think part of this was done in response to a conversation I had with Shannon, and I pointed out that the executive committee didn't exist anymore, and so now it's resurged. And I don't believe that we should have an exec committee and no other committees. I think that's what this does, right? This creates an exec committee and no other committees based on the changes that are currently proposed. And I think that's a mistake. And I'm the person who sort of created this concept of committees with us in the first place. And one of the reasons that I felt good about the executive committee was that it didn't, because there were other committees, having the president and vice president work together on a bunch of core work didn't suddenly put two people in the know about a whole bunch of things and other people kind of off to the side. And so by having a set of things that people were responsible for and had regular contact and responsibility for, I think it divided the board knowledge, functioning, relationship development with staff, et cetera, out over things. Yet by reinstantiating this with only one committee and only two people participating in it, I think it's a mistake. So I love the way this is organized. I think the edits that were made and the tightening up and of the wording and not making so many specific demands, love it. But I would propose that either we identify the temporary committees that match with some of the work that we're doing, or we reinstitute some of the other committees in a way that makes sense, and then we just map the work that we've decided we do into those committee structures. But that is what I would suggest as fodder for thought for second reading.
Yeah, I actually can build on that. I actually don't think, so I will offer edits down the line, but I actually don't think committees are a great idea. So in general, I think it's appropriate to say if they're needed, we have the space for them. But I tend to agree. I don't think we need an executive committee. There's nothing in what we have in our current practice that prohibits two board directors from working on something together. The key thing that I've tried to shift to is using our, I'll call our standing Monday meeting, pre-board meeting, as a way to get kind of a working space for board directors to be able to share what they're working on, but have something more fluid that is essentially like work streams, but like two board directors working on something, bringing a proposal. That you never needed a committee structure to do that. You just need to be able to ensure that you're not violating OPMA and that everybody understands what you're doing. So, for example, there was a student that emailed our district about the gifted education. I asked Carolyn, because I had just talked to her 2 weeks before about giftedness.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, we just got this email. I'm going to call him. Do you want to talk to him too? So there's nothing that requires a committee for that spontaneous outreach the same way if I had had the topic with someone else. So I feel like the committee had a good intent. And I do remember there were points when we would say, gosh, it seems like we're getting to weeds in the public meeting on something. Maybe there's another recorded public meeting which we're trying to do board business. Maybe there's another place we can do this. So I'm hoping that kind of open kind of working session with the ability to split off and just work together on things with a short cadence, like Carolyn and Joyce working together to try to figure out how they can improve just how we organize our information. We don't have to call it a committee.
Then why do
two
you
people
want
work
this
together.
back?
Huh?
Then why do you want this back? What is the reason that you want this proposed again, and why do you want to retain the executive committee? Why not just get rid
Oh,
of it?
I'm saying we don't need
I
to.
think she was saying we could strike it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't write this policy.
And
So
I'm looking at.
I'm going
if
to be
we-
giving feedback to John to say, like, I don't
Yeah.
think we need an executive.
If we did strike it, then it says there's this list of work here. And it says establishing a board budget. Well, we're going to do that. It's like on the agenda next time. So
Yeah,
that one we don't need.
this is John's idea. I would not have done this, but I
Right.
think it's fair for you to
Yeah.
propose it and be fair for me to say, I don't think I
Yeah.
need it.
And then I'm just going through the pieces, the board calendar we do as a group. We do agendas, but not so much as a committee, but just as president and vice president.
But there's nothing in the policies that says the vice president
Yeah.
would do the agenda.
Yeah, and then superintendent evaluation, we kind of do together as the whole.
But the president and vice president have always done agenda, and they did that before you created committees. I know it was the year of 2018.
I thought that it was very often the president was setting agendas, and I just got invited to.
But I don't think there was anything magical, I guess what I'm saying.
No,
So the president,
no.
vice president always have the authority and the ability to do, I think, agenda planning. The fact that it got formalized through a committee is not what gave the ability to do that. So I thought committees, even when it was discussed, when we tried it in a provisional way in the fall of 2018, we had others, like I remember me, Lynn, saying, this is a mistake, don't do this. But it felt like it was worthy of a try. I think we've gotten feedback. I'll give you some feedback, John, on what I think of this, but I think it's good to have the ability to have one, but I agree with you. I don't think we have to have an executive committee at all. And I don't even think we have one. So we've not referred to ourselves as the executive committee, but I think president, vice president do have an agenda planning post-meeting role. So I don't think that does never stemmed from our committees.
Yeah, and I can just say, I just, so the current procedure references the executive committee, and I just tried to reflect the current reality. That's all I tried to do. They're your committees, and it's a board policy, and I think it's great feedback, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
So I would like to hear, Seema, your feedback on this, because I'd like, there's two other things I want to make clear. First of all, I do believe that it is important that we all share our feedback here, and then we can give the detailed like type ups if you want to as follow up. But if we don't share it here, what happens is that each board director is sharing it with John, and that can create potentially a serial meeting. And so when that stuff is then, everyone's feedback is then integrated through John one at a time, and then brought back for us to consider. That's impact on a decision of the board. And so whether it's everybody giving their initial feedback for a board development plan outside of a meeting and then talking about it later after it's been sorted through, or everyone giving this, my understanding of that is that creates us doing work outside, because there is work that is then done that takes the input from the multiple board directors who've submitted it. It factors it in, it weighs it, it consolidates it. That's work that leads to a decision. And that initial like sharing, if it's done in public and then the consolidation happens, that's a different story. And it also, so for the OPMA reasons, I think it's important, but I also think it's important because when I give my feedback, if Carolyn says something that's different and I think, oh, that'd be way better, or I wonder if we could reconcile that here, then we can have that conversation. Otherwise, I don't even know what was originally said. I just see that proposal and I lose out on the benefit of getting multiple perspectives. So that's one thing. And then the second thing that I think is important is there really isn't anything in our policies that says that these things of this de facto executive committee that's functioning has some ownership of that work. I went and I did look it up, and it like the role of the vice president is solely to fill in for the president when absent. And you can start to argue about like, well, which things should they then be familiar with so that they're prepared to function or whatever. Is it everything? Is it, are they duplicating everything? And that's like, those are things that we could, as a board, choose to say, oh, Carolyn should do all of those things. Or maybe Carolyn should do one, Joyce should do another, whatever. I don't know what the right thing is, but what I'm saying is it isn't in policy. So the fact that we keep pointing to policy to defend it, it's not there. So I understand why John would come up and say, here's a policy that outlines what some of those things that collective of two people might do. And then I'm saying, what's the role? Like, how do you keep a balanced role? So those are just the things I wanted to raise.
Okay, so you wanted to know what my feedback would be to John on the policy. So I actually hadn't given it to him yet, but I'll tell him. I didn't think we should have had a committee policy. I did vote for it in 2018 because I think I'd been on the board for about 5 months. I didn't know, and I thought it was worth a try. I probably would be fine with no committee policy. So, meaning if and when we needed one, we would create it. So that is my general view, as I kind of thought we'd be abrogating the committee policy, because I actually think they are well-intentioned, but have had negative effects that outweighed the positives, and that there are other ways we can work effectively together. On the issue of president versus vice president and roles, I will say 2 things. One, I was on the board for 4 years before I actually was in this role, so I did see the practice, including when Director Chu was vice president under Mulin, or when you were president for 2 years. So I was informed and have been informed by how things were done. But I think the more important thing probably is also what I think our general counsel has cited about what is maybe statute-based. So I think at some point it was probably be good to just tie back to what our statute-based expectations around what president and vice president are permitted to do. So that should probably be what guides us. But I don't actually think any of the authority is rooted in the committees or ever was. So that's my feedback. And there we go. So we can get input from our general counsel on the broader question of what is actually the role of the president or vice president. And then we can consider whether any of that is informed by our past practices. It may not be. And it may be that the past practices had no basis, but were just done year over year. Okay, so if there's nothing more, then I think then we are, we're way behind, but I think it would be probably time to move to our board discussion. So I'm going to say, in the interest of time, we will need to abbreviate this to a shorter director discussion. I understand that Director Shuey had something that she did want to mention, and I wanted to sort of start with her in director discussion, and then we can go through kind of alpha order. I'll probably skip Director RS, although if she decides she wants to speak at any point, she can just raise her hand and we'll have her jump back in. But why don't I start quickly with Director Shuey, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I did earlier this evening or in the afternoon, I intended to abstain on a vote on an item that was in the consent agenda. And my apologies that I didn't realize that the item was in the consent agenda. And so I erroneously identified that I was voting in favor of the entire consent agenda. So I understand that my making this statement now can't change my vote and doesn't change my vote. But I appreciate the opportunity, President Serafan, to say that, and because I know the consent agenda would have been approved even had I abstained, I appreciate your allowing me the opportunity to just clarify for the record that I had intended to abstain from one of the line items. And so, and I wasn't, I did it incorrectly, and apologies, but for my fellow board members and the public who may be listening, that my vote had been intended to be an abstention from one of the line items.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
We will, thank you. So we'll go ahead and do director discussion with, if it's just in light of the number of minutes we have, we'll say maybe about 3 minutes each. I'm going to go ahead and start with Director Watson because I often have her go last and I feel like she gets shortchanged. So tonight we'll start with you and we'll just go in reverse alpha order. And that way, if by the end Director Aris wants to make a comment, she can. If she doesn't need to, no problem. And if at any point you want to drop off, Director Aris, and you want to say something, just let me know. Director Watson?
Wow, well, I feel like I've already discussed all the things I had that I wanted to discuss about the different policies and the budget and all these different things. So I'll pass for now.
Okay, I'll just do reverse alpha. So I'll go back to Director Shuey.
Thanks. I'll focus tonight on just one item, which is the student resource officers and which are now being proposed to be called CEOs, Community Engagement Officers. And I wanted to, again, in public, register my concern first for the name that I believe reflects the desire to boost the public image of student resource officers in the context of a larger context where we've got very legitimate concerns about whether or not weaponized law enforcement is appropriately in our schools, especially when the presence of SROs does impact negatively a substantial number of our students. I believe that our public schools should be a place of safety for all. And when we look at the report that was provided to us by Doug James, it specifically acknowledges that a student resource officer is unlikely to be in exactly the right time and place to prevent a mass casualty. And so in light of my view that the common sense, as well as our experts, including Doug James, recognizes that this is not a quote unquote solution for a problem that we all agree is a problem, in light of the fact that it is of limited benefit and is of potential and actual harm to some segments of our population, especially historically the most marginalized. And in light of the fact, as I've said before, that SROs came about as basically in large part as a public relations campaign that I personally, and I understand that I'm only one of 5, but I am personally very concerned about, as we are now hearing is going to happen to, I'm concerned about spending money on something that I believe that is harmful, actively harmful to an important segment of our community. Thanks for the opportunity to express that again.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Director Chu, do you have anything you want to say at this time for director discussion? Because Director Watson just skipped, so I went to Director Shuey. I think Director Aris is not feeling well at the moment, so you're next. No, I'm always going last, so I want to make sure everybody's had a chance to speak, and then I'll go.
Sure.
If there's time. I want to end at 8 because I think we are over time, but so if we run out of time, I'll take the loss of time, but I want to make sure everybody else has time.
Okay, I'll do my best to be concise. In light of what Director Shuey was saying, I will go ahead and make an additional statement, and that is, I believe that it is imperative that as a school community, we have a positive relationship with our police department and with other civic organizations that are working hard to serve our community. We're all in this and together in partnership, and having effective partnerships in place is critical. I also agree with Director Shuey that the SRO program, as we had implemented it, was damaging to our students. And I don't think that it was a positive program, and I am grateful that we decided to look at it again. Bottom line for me is I still remain concerned about the instantiation that we intend to deploy this year, because I think that it does still have the potential to cause harm to students. It is an order of magnitude better for our students in schools. I think that the people who did the work to change the program tried to take to heart the feedback that the community was giving. I think that there was a step that we could have gone a step further to say, like, what are the real goals of this and how could we accomplish them, as opposed to how could we accomplish them with this mechanism. And so I'm afraid that all that effort is still going to yield something that either will do harm to students by making them uncomfortable in the way that we deploy the folks to schools, or it really won't have the payoff that we're looking for, considering that we're actually increasing by, a third our investment of finances in this. And I can think of multiple places where I think we could get some leverage with those funds in places related to safety and well-being. So I remain also concerned about that program, and I am hopeful that because our superintendent has implemented with that the concept of checking its efficacy on a regular basis, that there is some opportunity for us to take further steps if need be. And my inclination is that need probably be. So that's what I would say about that. I don't feel great. I don't feel great supporting the program as described. It really, especially after we were told that the way it would be implemented, and even the way it was implemented, people were unlikely to be in the right place to prevent mass casualty, and furthermore, they're even unlikely to be the first responders. So if that's the scenario that that our community is expecting this is going to protect against, I think they are going to be disappointed, because that's not what this particular thing does. So that said, the second thing I wanted to just note is that you guys are working on a board development plan. So I just wanted to say in open session that the topics that I think would be useful for covering. And so I did send these in email, but then I had some second thoughts about whether or not that was appropriate. So I just want to make sure that it's clear and open before a proposal comes back that includes any of these pieces. So communications is a place where I think we could do a workshop together. I think it would be really interesting not only for the board to think about communications, but to do it in conjunction with the leadership team and think about that as a district. Secondly, the oversight aspects of governance. I think there's a lot where, we want to give feedback on things. We also want to support our high quality superintendents and cabinet and staff who are doing this great work all the time. And so what does it look like for us to give feedback about programming and operational work? And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to work on that together in a way that would be super productive, so that when a new superintendent comes in, we're really sharp, and then we can, bring them into that work as well and keep going together. Third, equity and the board community engagement. Those two pieces, I think, especially in light of the superintendent search, I think that thinking together about what does it mean to do that search in a way that really holds equity high and community engagement high. That would be something I think we could do a lot together with. And I think, again, that's a place for us to not only board develop, but do it in conjunction with the leadership staff, so that we're kind of sharing that vision and sharing that execution together and supporting each other through it. Also, what does it mean to have a student-centric, results-based culture? I think that we really do need to think together about what that looks like, and in a way that is scalable and productive. And then just anything that helps us align expectations. So I have sent that, but I really did want that on the record. It's really important to me that we be as transparent and public as we can be about our work.
Director Watson?
Yeah. So sort of while we're on the topic of SROs a little bit, I just had one, well, actually I have more than one, but one suggestion, which is somewhere in the memo from Doug James. I think it said something about the police officers might be doing, I don't know, some assemblies or some lessons. If that's not the case, then what I'm going to say isn't true. But if that is the case, that they may be doing some kind of instruction or informing or something. One idea that I would like to suggest that we have, if we have lesson plans, that there should be lesson plans, and that those should be reviewed by somebody with a knowledge of civil rights, be that our general counselor or our social studies curriculum developer or people from the equity department, to be absolutely sure that the kids are not going to receive information that is not totally in their best interests of what their civil rights are when they interact with a police officer.
Okay, Director Aris, I think, pinged me that she'd like to say something, so please go ahead.
Thanks. Tell me if you don't hear all my words. Since everybody's chiming in the SRO, I'll put in my 2 cents here. I agree with Director Chu. I appreciate the fact that we're trying to maintain a good relationship with our police. I think it is important that all of the different components of our community are interactive and support. I am not a fan of SROs. I mentioned this before. And I understand we've changed the structure of it. I appreciate the effort. I am not sold in the new structure, but I appreciate all the effort that has been put in. I am concerned that the students who are most impacted were not consulted in the final phase of planning. That they didn't, their voice were not heard, or they were not brought in as this plan was developed. Given that they are the ones who are going to be receiving it. Because of that, I am very hesitant. I am concerned with its being rolled out. But I do appreciate that we are trying to maintain a good relationship with police and try to help develop a positive space between our students and police. Now that said, I am not convinced that the amount that we're willing to pay for this program is the most effective and impactful way of using that dollar. Thanks.
Okay, so I will, thank you. So I think I'll try to say in 1.5 minutes, my thoughts. I will just say that I think I am grateful for where we are right now, in the sense that I didn't realize, even though I have been on the board for several years, I didn't realize how few rules or understandings we had with the Bellevue Police Department. And that, I will just say, was a failure on behalf of our district. And I'm grateful to the superintendent for, frankly, taking what was in the task force report and going through the items that were identified and working through all of them. So I would actually say it's more than a change of structure. It is a distillation of clear expectations, which we didn't have before. So I'm hopeful that this will at least address many of the concerns that we did hear about our program. I will say I don't know what I don't know. So I don't know, like when one says it won't prevent a mass casualty, that's because no one could ever say that they could make that promise. You would have to have a police officer next to every student to be able to have that kind of a promise. There's no program that could do that. So what I don't know is what kind of security value or sense of safety this could offer any school or our community. I do agree with Director Chu and Aris, and I know Director Watson shares this too, that presence of police may in fact create a great deal of stress for many students. And I'm hopeful that how the Bellevue Police Department will select their officers and how they will roll this out will be sensitized to that. And I hope we'll honor that. What I'm hopeful is to see, as Director Chu said, what we will learn as this rolls out in the coming year, so that an assessment can be made going forward for what we do. So I think with that, I've used up my 2 minutes, and I will say we're at 8 o'clock. If there's nothing else, I think we adjourn our meeting as we are at the end of our meeting. So with that, I think we are adjourned. There are other items that are information only. So is there anything else any board director has? If not, all right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.